So Africa, a place where poverty and pandemic diseases are originated. The least wealthy continent per capita. The land where the only things to be found are animals, corrupted leaders, poor kids, dirty water and civil wars. People who are in need for help, donations and support, aka the NGO's motherland. For others, honestly, Africa is just a very hot, dark and sad place everyone wishes to escape one day. Well, whether you're an African or not, this thinking isn't new to you, because you have read, heard or felt the same way before. Just type the word Africa on Google right now. Turn on your TV and see what the NGOs portray. Watch movies from Hollywood. Ask your mama, friends, or ask yourself, what is Africa? Yet if you're still struggling to believe, let me ask you this. What comes to your mind when you hear the word Africa? Tell me the first thought that comes to your mind right now. Honestly, tell me right now. But what really is Africa? What is Africa? Listen, there are many theories about the name, but one that is close to the truth is Al-Kebulan. This name translates to Mother of Mankind, or according to other sources, the Garden of Eden, the place where love, peace and unity dwells. Al-Kebulan is an extremely old word. Many nations in Africa use this word, including Ethiopians, Nubians, Moors and Numidians. For me, this isn't just the theory, but the truth. My truth I choose to believe in. As cliche as it sounds, that's the future I'm hoping for. The tomorrow I'm fully determined to see. The dream I am convinced and dedicated to fighting for until it happens. What is Africa for you?
Well. Just put this on intro just to start us up with everything. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all my African brothers and sisters in the world. I pray for all of you. May the blessing are always with you and shall bless you more as you always be grateful for it. I want to thank you all for joining me. Welcome to the Diaspora Talk Show with Biggie. And today, there's a few things that I'll be discussing on what went on this week, in short, and as well. Today is Saturday, September 19, 2022. We'll have some few recaps of what's been happening in Swahili Nation Africa. And one of the greatest news is that we are officially registered foundation. Congratulations, family. It's because of you being supportive and putting us on the forefront with our struggle and a commitment to support us either financially, spiritually, being present and sacrificing some of the volunteers' work. This is Xavier's work, and I really thank him for what he gave us. And we're going to be going forward. There's a lot of things that he blessed us with. We just take advantage of it. And may the blessing come to all of you. So I'm just going to start with a little prayer. Dear Xavier, we are grateful for all the love and mercy shown upon us. We are here to speak and have a conversation about Africa and her people, who have been colonized, oppressed, lied to in your name, and persecuted. You told us you're always there to protect us. You're always there to save us. And bless us all with your Holy Spirit. And bless us with everything that needs in healing to come together as one Africa. You blessed us already. You've shown us the door. You opened all the great doors for us. We're grateful that you gave us this platform to do so. The truth in your name, keep us blessed, safe, with all the blessing to join my Diaspora Talk Show. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to tell the truth, but the truth, and as it is, frankly, brutally honest show. You may help me going on this journey. May your wisdom be with me. I appreciate it, my Lord. Amen. All right. Let's start a few things. I don't know. Some of you probably saw it yesterday's show, recap show. Actually, Swahili Nation One Africa is coming with his own anthem. What I purely take out of that session was, again, I appreciate those of you that joined us at the panel and literally created the lyrics, the music behind it, people contributing online like Reggie, getting certain of the notes on the guitar. It was fun. It was fun. And we did with fun and really participating a lot of supports. And we'll have the actual anthem put together, and Mika's working on it. Godspeed was there. It was incredible evening yesterday. I really appreciate for those of you that really contributed to the Swahili Nation One Africa office. So now that we are really literally on the legal part of it, a lot of the legality has been done and we're official. And there are some few things that we need to tighten up and sign all the documents that need to be added on, or as you know, it's just like another business anyway. So there's a lot of paperwork, and Mika has been on it from day one, actually trying to push it. And I really appreciate all my Swahili Nation One Africa co-hosts and other people that really join us voluntarily, putting the efforts into having this Swahili Nation One Africa is just great. I mean, it's moving. We may think we're slow, but we're not. We are really on a fast track. We achieved a lot. We talked, conversated, interviewed people, and we walk the talk. We're at this point of junction in life where we're going to decide, are we together? Our family is united. Our family is united. Let's show that we can do greater goods. On today's topic, as you read it on the description, again, like I said, like last week, I'm going to furthermore deep into the African Union and their structures and what they have put out there for 2063. So if this African Union represent us, we the citizen have to criticize or build or help or contribute into the missions. It's a great mission, and this was made by Africans. Africans are participating, but there's a lot of other components that are really not African, and this is how we're going to separate those and what Swahili Nation One Africa can hit some of those low-hanging fruits. I'm just going to bring in some of the discussion and some of the really what's going on in 2063. Why is it's going to be taking us long? But again, as we spoke before, some of these things don't come easy. You know, it requires work, and it requires 365 days attention. People got to be accountable. One of the things to make people accountable, so we need resources, and we have the beautiful young resources. In fact, I'll share one of the things that I put together. It was a quick thing, but I'd love to share this. Just the picture itself, I just picked it, and I find it very important for our show, where we are now, and what we're going to be achieving, and what we're going to look into our youth, and we're going to teach them how we're going to be handling our own African affair by Africans. What are we going to do about it? And these are the key that we need to discuss, and never shy away, because again, trying to recreate the wheel or the structure that we need to be in and focus on, we can shake that tree and find some of the low-hanging fruits. So we're not afraid. We're going to go face to face with any entity that really going to be opposing the growth and the stability of Africa. And this is where we are. And we are a foundation, non-political foundation. We always push the goods, always the goods for the citizens. We're going from bottom to the top. And this is our model, to be brutally honest, and what we can do for our dearest, beloved Africa, the continent. And these are the things that I just want to share with you. Do some research, and few things that I do on the side, just to make sure that we are all together for it. I don't know if anybody sees my my screen, and I'm sharing my screen. And one of the beautiful things that I noticed on this picture is there's a goal priority areas of 2063. We'll talk about them in a few details, but we cannot solve all the problems today. But what we're trying to do is to understand where the African Union stands and where they lag. Just a few discussion, because we cannot really cover this. This thing has like 5 years increment to 10 years timeline, and they have 50 sessions that go through all the way through 2063. So one of the things is we need to understand it. If it does represent us, it does have the word, and it does represent my voice, and I see that nothing is being done of the accountability and responsibility part of it. Yes, I have to say so, because I'm African, and we should be deep digging Africans for the benefit of African citizens. So we have to really dig in and what's going on. We need to understand. And in fact, there will be other entities that have been forced upon us because of lack of finance. Again, we talked about it last week, but again, we lack finance. We lack accountability. Once the finance is there, where that money goes, where do we spend our money? So, and just in general, I just put a little picture in here. If you look at on the top left, is pretty much to represent, on some of the technology and some of the collaboration among Africa. And I just put Africa, the beautiful Africa continent, with the sun and her acacias, and I find it very beautiful. Very nice picture. And the other one is the people that are really work independently. And these are the pretty much representing the enterprise. Either you study remotely, that means if you can study remotely, you have access to Wi-Fi. So there's so on and so on that we can see on that third picture. But one thing that fascinate me is this picture. This is the one on the left bottom is Ethiopians in school, and they have, if you look at the background on the setting, where really there's a chair and they got iPad and really getting involved, and that amazes me. There's such things out there that's been done, and people that are helping into making this thing possible. On the right side, you'll see they have, a chair and maybe a little table and pen and paper. and you don't see any of the technology part. But the education and what the West gets, and I cannot compare it to the West education, but at least we see our children and the future of Africa. Um, Whatever it takes, whatever setting that you have, they do the schooling, but we need more. We need more for Africa, and the agendas are here. It's an agenda of the 2063, and I will tell you, there's so many things that we thought we know, but I know people looked at it when it comes to the setting of the Agenda 2063. But it gives me great pleasure that to really highlight things in what is this Agenda 2063, because everybody talked about it. A lot of people just got fragmented information, but I want to dig into where this information is located. First of all, you can get this information in the African Union webpage, which is au.intl. So you can source it out. And just looking at it, we don't need to reinvent the wheel, like I said. We're just going to see what the agenda is. This agenda is fruitful. Is it? What does it inspire, and how these goals are set up? What are the priority part of it? So we're going to be talking. Well, we're going to hit all the aspiration, and then the goals and the priority areas can be a little bit of longer discussion, and I don't want to. It is kind of sensitive for all Africans that, in general, we Africans don't believe that there's so much that being promised to be done is not being delivered, and we see the handicapness of the financial burdens and all that. We understand, but we just cannot keep on bashing it and then being represented of the African as a whole. It's an entity that being put together, and whatever the agenda is, we the citizens should know about it. We have to look at it. We cannot just shut it down and say, "Oh, it's a corrupt, it is this and that," all the negative. But we can take some of that information and transform Africa, because at the end of the day, Africans worked on this agenda. Let's say maybe there might be outside collaboration. It's up to us now to dig into it and see if it is really what we are headed, what we're looking. One of the things that we really want to see as an Africans is that Africa becomes borderless and independent, including the sub-Saharan still colonization, and I'll go to it later on, but still there's colonization that people just shy away, not looking into it, because it never been the highlight. It seems like every single African countries are independent. It's not true. There's issues. We'll discuss about that, because if we don't discuss about these things that are there, that means we really let people run us the way they want to run us without us have nothing to say about it. So there's a lot of things that's going on in the world, but I think in our world, in our African continent, we should know what African Union stands for. See the deficit, if we can really put something, if we can put a dent in it. So without further ado, I'll go through some of the slides that I just prepared and share with everybody. it gives me some of the questions, some of the answers that I need collectively. I cannot do it all without the family. I cannot do it all without the participation of all Africans that are really concerned and understand what's going on in the AU, people that knows about the AU, people that are in the AU itself. We want them to come forward and give us a little bit of highlight. And this platform is open for all Africans, and especially people that are really working on that high level. I call for you. If you can come to my panel, I really appreciate it. In fact, without further ado, I'm still going to be putting that invite of the streamline, and I'm just going to keep on doing it because you never know who's watching it, and I can catch up on the discussion. So again, Milisha, thank you for joining, and I see a bunch of women that's going to come in, and Akil Bonner, hello, how you doing? I really appreciate coming into my show. So let's go forward, and like I said, in Agenda 2063, we're going to look at the aspiration, the goal, and the priority. In fact, there's another document that I put it there and trying to transcribe it in this PowerPoint because this is something that we're going to be presenting. It's going to be discussion. If there's any suggestion that I see in the comment, you will see live, that I'm going to put that information. And if there's a question, we'll question it together, and we'll build this PowerPoint together, because this is something that we'll be able to present, and how in Swahili Nation One Africa can see. And I really appreciate you joining me. Well, I got Asnagat Tamene that just joined me. Welcome to the Diaspora Talk with Biggie. How you doing today? Welcome. Asnagat, you still there? Hello, can you hear me? Kilbono, can you hear me? Or issue with the mic? All right, that's not good. If you're still not muted, but at the same time, I'm just gonna go forward, and when you are able to speak, go ahead and let me know. So I'm gonna go to the first and most information within the Agenda 2063. Okay. In a nutshell, hold on. One thing that I want to talk about is the on the agenda itself, and what do we have in those goals and priority? What does it mean? Okay. So on the introduction, I'll read on to you. On the introduction is we should be determined to eradicate poverty in one generation and build shared prosperity through social economics transformation of the continent, a high standard of living, quality of life, and well-being for all, ending poverty, inequality of income and opportunity. Job creation, especially addressing youth unemployment, facing up to the challenge of the rapid population growth and urbanization, improvement of habitats, and access to necessity of life, like water, sanitation, electricity, providing social and security protection. Pretty much it might be a lame introduction, but it's not. I mean, I just see it on the website itself, but I changed some of the words that are there because it's a commitment. We all need to be committed on what we can do. We just don't let it slide without any Don't expect to see change without making any change. You know, as Einstein says, it is insanity. So let's stick to what they have, and then revise on the aspiration. And I'm just gonna run down on the first aspiration that came in is a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. So I'm just gonna put this. I'm gonna copy this and put it on the comment section so everybody can follow on what kind of discussion we're having. So the first aspiration, you know, in our, I showed you the intro, so we're just gonna go back to the page where we're all gonna be talking about. So just give me a second so I can have my bearing to it. And this is the format. Again, as aspiration, then we're going to be talking about goals, and then we're going to be talking about the priority areas. So I want everybody on, even on the comment section, and those of you that listens right now, we're going on the first part of aspiration, which is a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. Okay, so let's see what the goals are. You know, for this particular question. Okay, the goals are in the. You'll see it in the African Union page. Okay, again, as a goal, the first thing is a high standard of living, quality of life of citizen. So again, you know, if you want to see it again, I'm just going to put it on my section just to make sure that I share this. So the goal, on the first goal, is a high standard of living, and quality of life, and well-being for all citizens. Okay. So this aspiration is going to hit on the goal-wise, is going to hit four, actually six lines and 6 items that are going to be there. And those items, we'll list them one at a time. So I expect your comment in there. So Asnagat just joined me. Let's see. Welcome, Asnagat. How are you? Welcome to the Diaspora Talk with Biggie. How are you? Can you hear me now? Asnagat, can you hear me?
Well, stay. How are you?
How you doing?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Actually, I heard myself on the echo on your YouTube, so just can you hear me? Mute that part, you know, of your
Yes,
video.
I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead. Welcome to the show.
You raised about Agenda 2063?
Correct. We are able to speak. Go ahead and let me know. Can you mute your YouTube? I think your YouTube is running on the background. Most information wouldn't be agenda. You see on the browser? Okay.
Okay.
In a nutshell, yeah. You can pose that on the agenda itself, and
you know, yes.
Those goals and priority. What does it mean? Yeah, can you mute the YouTube that you're playing on the background? So the introduction.
Okay.
You see, you're playing YouTube on the background.
Okay, I got it. I'm on searching what is disturbing. Okay. Now I
Right.
closed it.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. I can hear you now. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. The discussion is Swahili Nation One Africa. Okay. And Agenda 2063.
Yes,
And
I want to raise one issue about Agenda 2063. You
mhm,
know, I'm from the National Statistics Office.
mhm,
I'm working there, and you know, always we try to review the performance based on indicators. Where are we? Like, but I always wonder about, is while checking where are we based
mhm.
on facts and based on
Right.
indicators.
Mhm.
The focus is always on SDG. Even
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm glad if I hear other African countries how they see Agenda 2063, because here, even for SDG case,
Mhm,
having SDG goals, and
mhm,
the year what we are in,
mhm,
when you draft a plan for the physical year, always
mhm,
we align with the national agenda. Uh, uh, Even in our case, we do have national strategic national statistics development strategy. Even we align with SDG, but always it's agenda 2063 is forgotten. Always we raise this agenda. No one can hear us. What do you say about this?
And this is it, as an nugget. This is it. The Swahili Nation One Africa is the one. We have all kind of proposal, all kind of writings. We've done so many changes, including the return of our own heritage, or African heritage, the museums that are in the West that robbed and stole African treasures. We wrote letters, and we've seen our stuff coming back. You understand? The issue, you see, as Nugget, uh, you're not alone. You understand? For me and the community, they're fed up of what's going on the African Union, because we didn't dig in through on their agenda, what it means, and then you have the SDG. And when I saw the alignment of the African Union and the SDG, they link the two on 2063. For me, I find it very conflicting. Even though they align eventually, but they kind of conflicting with what SDG has and versus the actual African Union leadership and accountability. And like you said, you see, you don't see changes year after year. You don't see no changes. Am I correct? That's not good. Everybody can talk. You brought a great point, and these are the information that we really have to share. And people that really work in certain sectors like that, like a Nugget, I mean, we need to pay attention to it. We'll have people coming in and what they lack. If we don't conversate, if we don't have this conversation, uh, it will be just something under the rug, and we're losing billions of dollars on some things that didn't hit the the swim lanes. You got all these swim lanes that you have to fund, and if they're not funded right, and when it comes to achieving those milestones, you fall short, and it will be some shortage that will probably affect for the next 6-7 years, and we cannot afford that. So we have to pay attention. We have to be very demanding strategically demanding is not political, but strategically saying where we are at this point. Asnakat, are you back?
Yes, I'm here. I can hear
Yeah.
you. Sorry, I don't unmute it, but I'm talking, so sorry for that.
Right, go ahead. No, go ahead. Yeah.
Is there any other means? I know only one angle, or I can see it in one aspect. The agenda, it says healthy and well-nourished citizens, well-educated, transformed economies, like that. So, other than the facts or official statistics, are there any means to dig out whether we work towards achieving it is 50 years goal? So is there other means other than checking the facts, whether we are working towards for transforming the economy or for healthy life or educated citizens? Was there other means?
You brought that. You brought that that question, that specific question that goes across all the aspiration and goals and priority. There's no reporting of the data. Okay, if you are a sector on the education part, right?
Okay.
Every country, right? Every country should provide a statistics, a real statistics that tells you each nation, okay, here's my education portion. I have this many kids in the school. I have this many kids out of school. Here's the population, and they have to have the same format, okay? Same format across all the African nations, so they can plug in the same information that they can really compare. So if you look at the Monique last week, I was playing her interview. She showed us so many holes, specifically reporting. Because it seems like once they get done with any summit or any discussion, they close the briefcase and see you until next time. And everybody hurries up maybe 2, 3 weeks, 4 weeks to get prepared for the next meeting. Oh, my understanding is that each country is assigned to be reporting on the same agenda. And a lot of them are not spending time and money on those fields that's being requested from the UN, AU. And in fact, they are handicapped because they don't have the funding itself. And 75% of the funding comes from the EU and other entities that is put in there. So that means even the West or any entity that's putting the money, they want to know certain information, which is really something, because when you talk about African Union, it's basically an entity that's going to be a governance, a government of the whole continent. So we have to have a discrete conversation among African nations. We cannot be all public, when it comes to the intel, when it comes to the military, when it comes to the food security. These are information that should not be shared among others, because it's like taking any nation in Africa has its own national security, that has its own intelligence, that has its own economy, or put it this way, an autonomy. Whatever the case may be, it's a government that has its own secrecy. But unfortunately, with the Agenda 2063, how much secrecy is there, how much they're going to be deploying their efforts to make it successful without having your hand twisted. Very hard to believe because there's no really real data. There are some data that's so confusing even to read it. You know, there's no graph about it. I tried to graph one of them, and it was very hard for me to really put it into perspective and getting a clear vision of what's been accomplished. I'll show you that example actually on this discussion. So maybe people might think that I'm beating down on the dead horse, but it's not, because this is our own African Union. And if it is under that union that we're going to be growing and show growth and demonstrate that we're moving forward, like Asnakit said, you know, they don't have any data. You know, and she asked, you know, is there somewhere we can get this data? And it's so sad, you know, you don't have the same line of same line data. You know, I wonder if, even if we have the first aspiration that I just put in, it's like a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. Well, the first thing is high standard of living, quality of life, and well-being of all for all citizens. Okay, in order to do that, I mean, we know where Africa is. We know when it comes to the high standard of living. We know, on average, the well-being of all citizens. You can really cut it off in different nations and get that information. You're not getting it, you know. And I think Asnakich is asking to be provided those kind of statistics. So I think we got for Swahili Nation One Africa, I think we got something that we can run within all of our African brothers and sisters, and just send information requesting each country's, and let us come with the data. I think we can collect all these data. But again, it has to be the same format that everybody understands, and the format that's been provided to them. Yeah, welcome back, Asnakich. Sorry about that. I lost you.
Okay, sorry, my connection is bad today. I don't know why. Sorry.
Because we're doing Xavier's work. That's why. So there's always.
Let me share you something. It's not far from what we are talking. It's on the agenda of the goal. Under number 2, it says well-educated citizens and skills revolution underpinned by science, technology, and innovation. It says, you know, if you work on that, it is we have to work towards that. I don't know.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
I do. Our office is under Planning and Development Ministry.
Right.
They worried about much on SCDG to align the goal with SCDG, the national agenda with SCDG, to review it by a performance indicator, like all that. But you know, currently I'm working on. My profession is demography, and I'm demographer, and I'm working on national transfer account, which is demographic dividend, just to make not to make it more technical. Let's try to make it to describe it easy way. You know, it's demographic dividend. You know, it goes with the age structure of the population. You
exactly.
know, if you have a more working age group in your population, it is a dividend. You know, I know you are good in Amharic, and it's, you know, it's a trufat.
Trufat, yeah.
true fact. It's true fact. True fact. It's a dividend is if you utilize it, you will be benefited.
Right.
If you don't utilize it, it's also a burden.
It's a burden.
If we interpret it in other term or in our case, we do have a large working group age structure. It's our youth number is high other than other age group. You may
right. The age group is we got a younger generation.
Young generation,
Right. Mm-hmm.
If we have it is other countries, developed countries are suffering from by age group,
Right.
So,
exactly. The growth in the age.
Their working age structure is low. That is why people migrated to them to
compromise on the loss of that age group. That's nugget. You see, you're doing some exhibit work, it always interfere on you. In the meantime, I'll welcome also BJ. BJ, always my co-host. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, thank you for having me. I was just sort of listening to what you were saying.
And she's from planning in Ethiopia, and she's really bringing some information. And this is the discussion we need. You see, people that are on the ground having hard time getting data, and she is with the planning and development in Ethiopia.
So is it that people don't want to provide it, or is it trying to get the information gathered,
collected, accountability, what you're getting on that specific.
Go old school. Easy. Old school is always the easiest school. If it's here, you have the mail person. They mail it out to everybody. And then they say, send it in the mail, put it in the mailbox, we'll get it. If it's where the youth are, again, another spot we get it is all your kids go to school. So we need information about where you live in order to get these government funds, because you need to be counted. So on a particular date in school, they give you the kid the information, they send it back to their parents fill it out, and then the kid take it back to school and give it to the teacher. So if you go, and then once you got all that information, and it could be just to say, you got to figure out which question is the most important to be answered. And then, again, you have so many ethnic groups, so many languages. Just keep it simple. Because again, most surveys, they got no more than 10 questions or something like that. So keep it simple, and you go from there. And that builds your basic database. And if you need to, build on that, then another 6 months, then you ask another set of questions, associated with whatever,
You see, you touched the core of this conversation and the core of the African Union issues, the core issue of each nation. Everybody has a way of doing certain statistical, economics related numbers feeding, okay? And the way they don't align. You see, they have to agree in the format of delivering that data.
Not necessarily. They have to agree in the translation of the information. So if the format is not the same, then you have a translation database that translated based upon in order to make it align. Because that's what again. Because again, think about it. How are they getting all this information on you, and they know the stuff all exists? but yet they have the information.
Yes, but how to extract it? Is it something that a lack of urgency, lack of fund?
No, because you did not.
Altogether?
You did not define the importance. What do we do here? It's 10 years, and they start like way a year ahead of time. Everyone must be counted. The census allow for funding for this. They bring a sense of urgency of why it's important to get the information. So the other part is, are they providing the reason why this is important to their community? Because if it's not, I'm like, oh, here's another piece of paper, just throw it in the garbage. It's not that important. We never used to do that. That's where the disconnect. If it's not important to me, I'm not going to do it.
Right. But you're hired to do that job and follow through. That's the
no. I'm talking about the people on the other end. I ain't giving you my information. Who are you? How is this going to affect me? Why am I doing this? We didn't have to do it in the past. My grandma didn't have to do it. So why you asking me all this? And I'm going to keep walking, going on my way. So unless you know, like, the people aware of the importance of what you're going to do with the information, the people are not going to buy in. And you're not going to get all people. I mean, that's just, go to any country, any business, you look for a certain percentage, and that's what you look for. Because you never get 100%.
Right. Let's get to Asanaga before we drop, before she drops. Asanaga, welcome back again. Can you hear us? I think Asanaga is on mute. Asanaga, you're on mute. If you can hear us. Yeah, because she brought down a great question, and she really is within the planning. So I think that's something that really everybody can hear. Actually, she's in Ethiopia, and she's bringing some of the data that they expect and not getting it. And she's talking about also her development side of it in planning is the age group. You see. The age group in Africa and where they are, understand it, because we came out with the one of the thing of she just read before I read the information, and it's also the quality of life and the information that's right there. Is the well-educated citizen and skilled revolution unpinned by science and technology. So this is the second one.
Yeah.
The same question.
And I think the thing with us here is because we are so dependent upon government entities, we give the information because in order to get a driver's license, we give the information. If we want a job, if there's, if you got the census, so there's always multiple ways of getting that information. And that's how they sort of cross-check the information. If you're, getting your social security card, you have to fill out an application and then they cross-line it with the address. Where do you live at? Now it's a little bit harder because so many people are so mobile. And they're not living in that same house for 10 years. So I'm pretty sure right now we're running into a similar situation because we don't know where the people are. And people are not like, where it used to be everybody in one house to everybody's in one neighborhood, everyone's in one city. Now everybody's sort of scattered. So connecting that, but see, that's what they got those high-speed computers for. But anyway, just wanted to sort of throw that out.
Yeah. So here's the, this is just the first one, out of 7 straight. Let me, can you read that, or I can bring it a little bit bigger.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, one more. There we go. Right. So for that same first question, as an aspiration, okay, um, these are the goals. You know, a high standard of living, quality of life, well-being for all African citizens. In fact, I just corrected it just to make sure it's African citizen, just not any citizen. You know what I mean? Well-educated citizens and skills revolution underpin science and technology innovation. Healthy and well-nourished African transform economies, modern agriculture, and increased productivity and production. And then he goes to the ocean, blue ocean economy for accelerated economic growth. Okay,
Okay.
it's all well and said. Where is the data? That's my question. Where is that data?
It's probably in a
you
third
have to
party.
have.
It's probably in a third party's hand that's not giving you access to the data.
Okay.
People
So
don't
now,
understand. Data is they're selling data. Data has value.
absolutely.
And a lot of times you think you're making your life easier because we don't want to have to get these people. You got a bunch of young people who are not working. Hey, go out there and knock on some doors and fill out these. So every form you bring back will give you X amount of whatever. Well, you get a corporation to come in and do that. They going to do the same thing, but instead of you owning the data that these young people gather, I own it. It's my intellectual property, and therefore. Oh wait, did you read the fine line? We do not. You only have 30 days for access, and after that, you either have to pay an exorbitant price for another 6 months, or otherwise, after that, we've deleted it off our system. Well, no, or whatever.
Right.
But that's what I'm trying to say is that if it's your data, you need to own your data.
Right. Asnaka is back, so Asnaka, you can unmute. Let's see if we can hear you. Asnaka, can you hear us?
Hello?
Yeah, she still got mute. Asnaka, you're on mute. Unmute yourself.
She has some technical issues?
Yeah, her internet, she said, for some reason, it was going up and down today.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, you're doing some executive work because this is the kind of discussion that we expect on this platform. People that are on the ground and what's the pain, what's going on, and we proved it again. You see, on this panel we proved. She said, is there any way that we can get that data? That's what she asked. Is there a different way?
Yeah,
and she came in and said it. You see, we've been talking about this, the data, and that data, we as Swahili Nation One Africa could start compiling it. Certain information we can compile.
There's several ways you could do it. I mean, I don't know how, what kind of relationship you have with store owners. If they, allow you to put box in the forms in the store so everybody come in can do it. I mean, if you really, really, really need and really, really, really want and really, really have to have the data, the easiest, fastest way to do it is every time you submit a form, you have somebody sitting out there with a little, pop up. I'll give you a dime for every form you fill out.
There you go.
Kid might take a whole stack of them and start, yeah, I mean, well, no, you can't let them take them with them because they could easily sit in the back and just fill them out themselves and get $1.
Sure.
Anyway, but it's a way of doing it because back in the day they used to have, the people will walk around and they would give out samples of the new products, cigarettes, whatever, deodorant, here's a sample of the new Pepsi, because that way they're putting directly in your hand, and they know they have directly given that to a person, so they know if the sales increase in the store of this product, they know that the people they're putting out there is having an impact.
Absolutely.
So they're getting paid for, just going out there and distributing this. But at the same time, they know, they got a loyal set of customers, and they know they could increase the productivity and delivery in a certain regions, certain areas. Again, old school sometimes is the best school,
of course.
Especially, if this is the first time you're putting it together, the question's got to be simple. So you got to figure out what is a simple, basic set of information you truly need, and put that out there. It's not so much about the people, it's then about whoever is building the system. Because if you're putting a bunch of data in there and the system is just being developed, it's going to be a little bit more complicated, like translating this. Can I read this, the that, and all this other stuff? Is the system going to allow me to process this much information, X, Y, and Z? And then you start building from there, because if you got their address information, you're saying this is a follow-up survey, and this is a follow-up survey. And then you can check they filled it out. Oh, this people didn't fill it out. Maybe we need to go back into the same area with the people in the pop-up and see if we can get them to come back through and answer some more questions,
Right. I mean, always a survey, and also getting the information to be extracted, it can be pretty much, you have the name, but it can be masked and it's not going to be available out there. But for the data aspect of it, like you said, now just seeing what is lacking and why they're not responding, I think.
I mean, and then personally, do you really need the name initially? That could become, if they could give you the address, then they follow up with, can you provide more information? Because if you, and then you could just use age ranges initially versus direct ages. Or just the year that they were born, and you could calculate it.
Is there any way that we can get that information from IMF or World Bank?
No, they ain't giving you that.
I think I think there's a public record that they have to put in.
Yeah, but would they allow you to download the information? They could give you access to it, but would they let you download it? Probably not. That's their information. That's how they're able to.
I mean,
manipulate,
And
and then the governments may have a form of it, but then again, is there stipulation because it's my data and therefore it can't go into other people's hands?
Right.
So that you say I've given you access to it, but technically, did you really?
Right. Is that
so? Again, it's always better to do. It's again, if you do that pop-up, if you have a good relationship with some of the local store, even like the local little markets, or where they're selling their goods, if you have a relationship with them, you set the little, like a ballot box at certain places in that area and see if people, or even if you have the young people, we're doing a survey. Can I ask you?
Yeah, you can do it on the Q scan. You just.
Well, I mean the survey, because each survey will have that Q scan, like back at this,
right?
Like, and then they just check, and then they, take the ballot and put it whatever, and then the machine will process all that.
Right.
But it's just somebody has to physically get the information to the people. You talking about trying to get it to the masses. Again, the school system is always the easiest, is one of the easier processes. They've always relied on that because the kids have to go to school and, they know it's going directly to a parent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and I think Now, for this one, the key information that the take on this, okay, is having this lack of they might have bits and pieces of information and might not have all the countries, because every time that they make a comment on the webpage itself, it said, oh, 17 countries did report on this, another 5 reported on this. So it's not what you call consistent.
Well, no, and it wouldn't be, because every area has its own set of concerns. And then what you do on that tip is you have to develop categories. So if it falls in this 150 list, it's under this category, and then you narrow it down from there if you need to drill into that.
Right. Because
because that way you will see what's common among a certain region, or discover it's not just regional. It's the Eastern Africa versus, well, no, it's not East, it's Central versus it's Northern, or it's Northern and Southern, but the Central, and that way you can see that those correlations.
Right. Another.
But you got to keep it simple. It has to be something that you can go and talk to someone and get it all within less than a minute, if possible. Because people are moving, and when it gets too long, it's like, well, what you need all this information for? What's going on?
Right. And I'm very sure they have the data. It's just how to again, when it comes to our issue, okay. Here's the document that I put in, and I'm just transferring it as a presentation. Let me see if I can get it any bigger.
But if you say you have the data, then maybe you need to go back to the data and redefine the questions based upon the data.
No.
And then gather, and then pull out what you need.
Right.
Because that way you won't have to manipulate the data, because the data stays static, but your questions now become this, and this, and let's pull it that way. Because if it's you have to create indicators and categories based upon what you have in order to pull. Once you figure out what the question is you need to ask, to pull it based upon what you have. And that's probably will be the easiest, because the information is already there. It's going to be the hardest to do, because you have to go through all the different categories and define what it is. But once you get past that, it's not going to be that hard.
Hold on. I got Asnagit that joined us. Hi, Asnagit. Can you talk now?
Hi.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Wednesday. It's disturbing.
No.
No.
It's technology.
Before it's interrupted, let me conclude. It's my point.
Right.
Yeah, it's I'm talking about the age structure in the demographic dividend in Amharic. Yes, it's true fact. If you utilize it, or it is a dividend, but again, if we may not benefit it, like in our case, we do have large structure, large working age structure, but we don't benefit it. We don't use the benefits, because even it's a burden. It's a high youth unemployment rate is a burden. So policies has to be working. Policy directive has to be towards like you put you post on the agenda goal. The problem is we do have the manpower, but it's not highly skilled. We need skilled manpower, even we have to utilize the technology like that. So it is an issue, or we have to work hard towards well-educated citizens and skill revolution. even the science and technology part. Just to conclude my point. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. Asnagat, by the way, I'll put my my email, okay, and I'll put my phone number so you can join us on WhatsApp. We have a WhatsApp group also.
Yeah, I'm there also.
Oh, you're there. So you have my number and you have my communication. So
I can differentiate who is who, but I'm in the group. I may not
really because I really wanted to have a good interview with you, talking to you in Amarinya, and but I'm taking us as and in but and we can come up with a framework because you have information extract we have other people that really going to be interested into getting involved in this matter, because now there's data. We don't have data, and at the same time, you point out we don't have a skillful. We have the manpower, but we need to put that skill set in order to get that going. And I'm pretty sure we can bring that up real quick and give them that skill in short time. And they'll be employable, they'll be doing other work in conjunction. It would help tremendously the African population, because as you know, Africa is 26% entrepreneur. Everybody has his little boutique, his own little work, and day in, day out, they have their own ways of doing things. And one of the things is the government cannot really follow up on everything and being taxable, and now you don't have well, you know, he's on his own. He's hustling every day, and or she's hustling every day in order to make a living. So there are a lot of points. So you are from the planning, right? Planning and development.
We are under planning development, but from statistics of it. But it's under its umbrella.
Under this umbrella. Okay, got you.
Sorry, I rush to conclude my point. I want to say hi to my sister. Okay.
Oh, VJ.
Hi.
Yeah, definitely.
It will come, but I didn't respond to her. Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she's still there. I know she's still there. You missed it yesterday.
She's not around now.
No, she's still around. I think she's got something on the side that is doing, but she's still there. But the thing is, yesterday BJ showed up, and we had a great session yesterday. We created the Swahili Nation One Africa anthem online, live. Everybody contributed and put some words. So if you get a chance, look at it on yesterday. It's so funny. And BJ showed up, and she was really live on the cam. So it was a fantastic Friday. So we tried to carry on that same spirit and really see these things as urgent, because a lot of people don't want to pick this information, while we know, like Asnagachi, like you, that is on the ground, and you still have difficulties in collecting data. You know what I mean? So it's very important. Well, I think we lost Asnagachi again. BJ, she was saying hello, and I'm pretty sure you heard it, but I don't know if you didn't, but she said she joined back so she can respond for you to say hi. And,
oh, I didn't hear that. Oh.
And then she dropped.
Oh, man.
You know,
that's okay. We know we all run into those technical issues. It's not us.
That's really great, because Asnagachi is really in the WhatsApp group, and that makes it really nice, because we can hear some just one sample from what on the ground on the what's difficult and what to get, and she laid it out. She said we got the manpower, but we need the skill set, you know, that goes with it. And
but that means each one teach one.
Absolutely.
Each one teach one, and keep it simple. You have to, you know, everybody want to say, "Oh, Tessa created," you know, blah blah blah. what did he start with? You know, and that's what I can't say. Oh, Zuckerberg created Facebook. What did he start with?
Right.
Nobody starts with the end product. One thing I can say about Microsoft, because I remember when that first word came. Yeah.
Right.
It was a simple program written in.
Yep.
Was it BASIC? Whatever.
Yeah, DOS.
I'm aging myself.
It was DOS BASIC.
Yep.
It was DOS.
Yep, but BASIC was the language.
Yep.
And it was just to take this information, translate. And then prior to that, it was another type of scripting program, which would take your words, and it was similar to HTML, but you had to use all these different special characters around each word and then once you ran it, it made it into like a paragraph. It starts simple. We keep thinking we have to go to the end goal. Start simple and build and build and build.
Right. And I think, do you think that when it comes on that leadership performance, do you think they wait to come up with something big and trying to be recognized about it, or is something that is not knowing or not simplifying? Instead of making it simple, specifically, again, instead of recreating the wheels, they still try to recreate and to own it, or is it all of the above?
I think it's more of the copy paste scenario. Well, they're doing this in the West and in Europe and da-da, so we must match what they're. No, you figure out what works for you. Because in the end, it may become something totally different.
Yep.
But if it's meeting all your needs, that's what's important. We keep trying to replicate somebody else's, but you have to understand they have what, a 2,000-year head start on you. Or well, 500 years or what? Well, yeah. I can't keep with those numbers, but you know, they've had a head start. Right. So you have to figure out what works for you.
Yeah, but if you notice, for Africa, all these 1,000 years in the past, before, with the high civilization, where Europe and America didn't exist, or when it comes to the to what you see now, but in the short term, in 200-300 years, you know, they turned around and now they got one of the biggest economies.
But even in the short years, what is their foundation? Their foundation was upon Europe, and their foundation was upon you. So it wasn't a short turnaround. They was just coming over to you.
Right.
What they doing over there on that continent over there? Take some notes. Yeah. Bring it back over here. So those are the things. I mean, no one's telling the whole story, and then they rewrite the narrative to make, oh, look at what we've done and how far advanced we are, and we're so brilliant. Y'all didn't do this by yourself. Because if they had to do it by themselves, it would have took much longer.
That's right.
But see, that's part of the narrative that's never talked about and never put out there. And you think, oh, wow, look at what you, because everybody loved the Cinderella story. Look at her, she found her Prince Charming, and look at her now in that beautiful dress, and she's so happy. But you don't see what she had to do to get Mr. Prince Charming, or what she has to deal with after she got him. And that's where I always come through as saying, what's the whole story? What do they have to do to get it? What do you need? Because what you need may not be what they need. So stop romanticizing somebody else's poison.
Right.
Drink your own.
Yep. There's one thing that I always believe is bring your own stuff. So you know it's not contaminated.
Well, and then you know it's for you. You know what you need. You know what you want. And sometimes you may not know, but that means you have to sit down there and figure it out. And one thing about write a bunch of surveys and things, trying to get the information, you will figure that out. Because that is a key to everything. Because what we say on the surface, and you generalize what everyone else is doing, you say, well, we need this, and you find the people like, no, we're okay with this. This can hold us for a little bit more time. But we really need this. Because we can then get to what you're talking about right now. Because you find out what the urgency is. And then, again, if the urgency is like that in Northern Africa and South Africa versus what's in Central and East and West, then we know we need to implement this here at this scale. Because you're going to have to scale everything up anyway. But we have this that they have in common in the Central, East, and West. Okay, they're at this level, so we only need to give that. So you don't know where your resources need to go. Because, again, everything requires resources.
Absolutely. I think there's one of the thing that I would say is the sense of urgency also, lack of a sense of urgency, motivation, innovation, all that is kind of drives, it kind of you're hired to perform the job, and on top of that, it's more like public servant. They're really public servant, which they are serving the African citizen as a whole, and as well serving the immediate nation. So that brings them to be the public servant. And this public servant maybe lacks the skill of leadership, maybe a skill of the know-how. It's just got a position. You see what they probably don't specialize on what they do. They just fulfilling a slot,
Right. Well, and that becomes, apathy.
Mm-hmm.
But then, that's why like a lot of companies would do we're gonna get together as a team and we're gonna go on this retreat, because it's not only done to like give people a break, but also it's about building, that camaraderie and the importance of what you do. Because if you do something for someone you like and care about and concerned about, you're gonna put more effort into it versus this is just mine, Again, why do you think there's a reason why there's companies rebrand themselves, government agency changes the forms, the colors, the font, maybe remove some questions, ask the question, maybe just switch the questions around in order, because that newness is important.
Yep.
That the sense of it's different than it was before, it's better. One thing you have to give the West so much credit for is they know how to market and brand the heck out of everything.
Yep.
And they know the reasons why behind all that.
That's right. We got Asanaka that just joined us. I don't want to lose her again.
Okay, hey.
Go ahead, Asanaka.
Hi. Hi, sis. How are you?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm good too.
That's good. That's good.
Before I rush to the point, to conclude the point without saying you hi.
Thank you.
Because I know with your internet, so go ahead. You got the floor.
Yes, the connection, it works for YouTube, but it is for the StreamYard, it's I don't know, it's unstable. From YouTube, I heard what you raised about data.
Correct.
Let me challenge you. Okay. I'm one of the experts responsible for providing official statistics. It's new for me what you raised. So the data. It's when we come to the raw data, without organizing it. It's messy. Can you understand that one? You know,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
If we provide you the raw data, it's messy. So can you know,
Absolutely.
the students who make some research, they come to us. They you know, they have right to students, especially they provide papers, like there is a paperwork, it's like that. So they have full right to get the data, but it's a messy. So if when they get it, it's again they confused and come into us. So one issue is that, or do you understand it? If you provide you, the other is, you know, this day in our case, in our office, we do have data policy. You know, we don't provide every data unless the report is on the website, but the raw data, it have some data policy for the students, for researchers, things like that. But nowadays it's it says open access for data. It has to be open, as my sister mentioned. It has to be open access. We have to utilize it like that. But here there is also one issue. You know, third parties may misunderstand the data or the concept. You know, when we make a research and collect the data, and when we provide the that official statistics, it has its context. So third parties sometimes they misinterpret it. So we have feel for that. So that is why we do have data policy, and it is a debating between providing it, make it open access, and also what if they may misinterpret. Even nowadays we try to make metadata, including the data, but people are not referring to the metadata. So these are issues. What do you say?
Right. You're right there on the dot, because that's what you call it, a big data. Okay. This is something that you got data with different numbers, different things, and you pick on what you want to pick out of that raw data, and put it together for your own statistics. You see what I say? For your own calculation, for your own presentation, and presenting it to your department. You collect what is necessary. I get
Yeah, because like with a lot of
from
companies, they'll take that data and then they'll parse it out. So you will put in sort of groups like demographics, education, development, what development? Maybe another one would be education, demographic, education, advancement, like whatever, like farming or something like that. And then within each of those categories, then you parse it out.
Right.
So you won't have to worry about as far as what the questions are, because you have to keep parsing and that's, again, you're absolutely right. That's the headache. That's the nightmare. That's the, I'm about to jump off the bridge because this is driving me nuts, because what category does this thing fall in? But once you have it all parsed up under different categories, you create subcategories and subcategories within that. So like Big E was showing the survey, as far as like the survey that Big E has shown prior, it's almost like a community gathering. And people go to, the community centers, and what are some of the issues within your neighborhood? Well, we don't have enough stores. Our kids did this. So it's going to be all over the place because everybody's bringing the issue. But then you have to parse that out into different categories. If it's a lack of supermarkets, a lack of job opportunities, is a lack of you know, you know, the city isn't giving repairs and not, you know, building the infrastructure. So those different categories get parsed out even more, because and then you assign a number to each one, whether it's a high priority or a low priority, or, you know, because once you have it all parsed out, you know how to then categorize all those different groupings. So you look at
as long as you brought an issue, she said even in the university, as long as you're still there.
I'm here.
You said even, you know, with this big data, the university student would come and ask how to parse it, right? What's the thing that you see problem when it comes to this big data and sorting it out and parsing it?
It's over to me. It's
yes.
Yeah. If I get you
ዩኒቨርሲቲዎች ሲመጡ የሚጠይቁሽ ጥያቄዎች አሁን እንዴት ነው ይሄ ነገር የምናደርገው እንዴት ነው ኤክስትራክት የምናደርገው ለሚለው ጥያቄ ምንድን ነው ሜጀር የሆነ ኢሹ ምንድን ነው አንቺ ኦብዘርቭ እንዳደረግሽ?
ዩ ኖ ያው ተማሪ ሆነ ስትመጣ ማለት ነው። አሁን ለምሳሌ የሆነ አምቢሽስ ነገር ነው ያለ መጀመሪያ ላይ በቃ ዳታውን ማግኘት ነው ጎል የምታደርገው። ዳታውን ካገኘሁት ልሰራው እችላለሁ ነው መጀመሪያ ላይ ያለው ነገር። ግን ዳታውን ስታገኝ ግን ማኔጅ ማድረጉ የራሱ ፕሮብሌም አለው ለማለት ነው። ማለት ያን ዳታ አንደኛ እንዴት ካታጎራይዝ አድርግ ምንድን ነው የምፈልገው ከዚህ ዳታ ላይ ምን አገኛለሁ፣ ከዛ ያን ካታጎራይዝ አድርገህ ማለት አቀናብረህ ማለት ነው አቀናብረህ ከዛ በኋላ ኮንቴክስቱን የዛን ዳታ የተሰበሰበ መረጃ የተሰበሰበበትን ኮንቴክስት ተረድተህ ከዛ በዛ መሰረት ከኮንቴክስት እንዳትወጣ ሆነ የምትፈልገው ነገር አሁን especially is the limitation on secondary data. Unless you collect primary data as you want, secondary data has its own limitation. You know, it may not help you to as you want, but it has its own context. You have your own context, so you have to align. So we try
the coloration
describe our context. You know, they know their context, so we try to describe to them our context and how they organize that data before analyze it, how they organize it. We help them, especially they will everything will summarize by making tabulation plan, like the tables they want to produce
tabulated. Yeah,
we help them like that by describing. The main thing is the context. The main thing,
right.
The context, they want the data and the context, the survey done already. The secondary, that is the limitation of the secondary data, I want to say.
Okay. So in that aspect, do you supply or provision AU with certain data from your department?
Yeah, we do have a lot of departments, like from population statistics. We do have vital statistics, social statistics, business statistics, even agriculture. We do have different departments, so they can get the data as they want.
So is it it has to be on ambassador level, or anybody can request those statistics?
No, anybody can. Especially students. I heard you. They said the data. You say yes. We say the data, but for students, it's free. For researchers and the students, it is free. For other development partners like NGO, it's it has its own
fee.
price.
It has a fee.
Yeah.
Good. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, and it's I think that the issue you bring up is an issue every group, government agency has. It's the other when those things are mapping into those other categories. So it's almost like with the other categories, it's up to the person who's gathering the data to then redefine what those groups will fall into. Because because it is again the raw data.
Okay. Let me give you a picture about our case in our country. Our office, National Statistics Office, it's responsible for population census, the census in terms of survey, only on survey data or
the population. Good as language.
Yeah, but I mean, even here we have the census, and not everybody's going to answer those questions. There's going to be certain questions that they're going to skip over because they don't want to answer it. And so it's never going to be 100% accurate. But they know how to take the numbers and then they may cross-check it with the Secretary of State in every state to cross-check it, to sort of find out how to validate it. Because based upon what we have on this set of data, we have these number of people who are living at that residence.
Right.
There's always a sort of cross-checking to a certain extent. And even with that, they're not going to get 100%.
So,
if it's X amount of percentage, well, then we can trust that this is valid.
Right. Right now, it's not just saying, all the national statistics is there. So each African country should have the same national statistics somewhere. I mean, there's something that they work with.
Okay, you asked about where is the data. So I'm trying to answer that one, and even what the sister mentioned. So the data is, for survey and census, National Statistics Office are responsible for that, for survey, but they can't cover all area. Let's mention health issue. We do have demographic health survey, but we can't cover all issue in survey. So for other our why is a good question. In survey, we try to, our data source are households. It's household survey. So for facility survey, we have to visit facility. Health data. In case of health, for health data, we visit households about health issue. So again, Ministry of Health has to collect the data from its facility, hospitals, and all health posts and the like. So let me put you into, our office is not only to produce, to provide official statistics. Again, it's also responsible to lead the national statistics system. That means we do have national statistics like sector ministries, education, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, we can mention. We do have many sector ministries. So in case of Ministry of Education, we collect data from households, from our respondents are from households, but there is also from Ministry of Education, the schools, all education facilities, their source. So they collect admin data. Now ours is survey data, theirs is administrative data. So they, the issue here, we do have a problem. It's a quality data. So we do have, it is a challenge for us, they when they collect administrative data, it is not the purpose of statistics. They are recording their day-to-day work. So we lead national statistics. When I'm saying we lead also national statistics system, we provide we provide how they make it, or we do have data quality framework. Based on that, we assist them how they transform the admin data to official statistics. So where is the data? It is from the National Statistics Office and also from sector ministries that in general we call them national statistics members. So the data is from,
is collected through all the ministries.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I think when it comes to data is the integrity of the data. When you said on the quality side of it, and that data might have certain information, some information is not there, and also it might be inflated too. You know what I mean? It depends on which ministry got which. It depends on the quality, but at least you got data that's flowing to make certain assumption. Our question here is when it comes to AU, how come all this data is being gathered is not suffice in order to make understand that we need to pay. You know, you need to pay for it, and because this is African Union, but they lack funding. If they have funding, whatever that they have is for certain programs. So how can we get all these data that's going to be very available and efficient? Somebody has to. I'm pretty sure there's another department that does the collection of all the statistics data, but I don't see the urgency. Do you agree when it comes to providing this data?
Okay, before that, let me tell you something more. What I'm talking before, it's I raised the issue of data quality, and also the reliability of the data is also an issue. So because of that, most data users have trust only from the National Statistics Office data. So that is why we broaden our service to assist sector ministries with data quality framework through our data quality framework. So, it is an issue. The reliability of the data, in our statistician says data are numbers, but all numbers are not data. So, maybe sector ministries, they may say we perform like that. We do have when we come to Ministry of Education like that, we do have this much number of students and like that. So because of that, it needs care. Do you get my point before? It's a debate between open access without paying and also it's the data policy issue. That comes to answer your second. The issue comes
You answered it so
from here.
beautifully.
If you open access, if you make it open access, there is a limitation also. It may be
Absolutely.
misinterpreted. People don't refer the metadata. They may not try to understand the context. They may misinterpret. This is an issue between open access and to follow the data policy. It's not the purpose. It's not as such to get the money from it. I may mistaken, but in my understanding, the issue more of as an expert, and it's more of it's data quality issue, even misinterpreting also.
Right. Like I said, when it comes to the open access, of course, there's so many policies that are out there, but when it comes to the African Union has this 2063 that they put in out there with seven aspiration, and based out of seven, it has a lot of highlight. But my question is, like, do they all share that information on the basis on within the context again? Okay, because you were talking about the second set of data also that you need, but you're going to need to extract on what you need to do with that data. And when I see the participation, each government within the AU have their own issues. Maybe that part of the statistic that need to be gathered is not there, because basically we're trying to unify and have a united Africa. And in order to go through that road, they're talking about confederation or federation. And before we get all that on that high level, is to really have what we want for Africa to have the quality of life at the end of the day, the health issues, the agriculture issues, all these needs. The data is there. It's just how to gather it, and within the context. If it is about agriculture, they have to pull that information and have the not national but continental study where they can benefit. Each nation can benefit from each other. You see, on what you want to achieve, you have to have that goal, on the ultimate goal. If it is education, you're going to be focused more on the education throughout Africa. There's also different things that comes as a barrier, is also the language, language issues, and all that vary. But at the end of the day, if those statistics, again, like we said, it's numbers, but there are information behind the numbers. Am I correct? It's not good. It's not good. You
Yes, you are correct. You are correct. After having the data, you have to interpret it. Yeah, it's the issue behind the number. Yeah, you are correct.
And then according to that, we at the end of the day, you need funding, but your funding has to really be based on what you collected and what you want to improve. If you don't have that data for all 55 states, okay, then we have issue interpreting it, so it's going to take us longer even just trying to gather this data, super data that Africa needs. And it has to be also a real time, you see. It has to be real time data that each member states had to provide that information. So if AU was going to work on it, so AU has to be accountable to have that workforce within the states. Each states have to have an employee from AU that's going to be gathering and plugging those numbers from each state. Just the way in Ethiopia, maybe Asnakash is going to do that. Even though you work for the for Ethiopia, it's a responsibility that they can really update your data, refresh your data. So, is that has ever happened as national statistics? Now we're talking about continental statistics.
You know, it's to feed to show that where are we for even for AU members.
Right.
It has to be. There is a system. What I know for this gathering the data, all the administrative, even the surveys, the census data. It's the mandate is for Plan Commission.
Okay.
It's the system is through Plan Commission. Every data from sector ministries and also for the National Statistics Office through Plan Commission, they get the data. But if you raise this such kind of issue, we do have, our situation, I can say we don't have updated data, especially on population size. On our census it was in 2007. We can do it because of the security issue. We tried.
Absolutely.
And also, it is things that's local, rural, because we do local, because it's like we have city, and then it's like suburban, and then it's rural. So we have those three different categories, and within those categories, there's additional categories. So then, what is provided at a national level, they can parse out based upon that, and then from a national perspective, they might not be concerned with some of the local issues. And then when you look at the suburban, maybe they're not because see what's suburban and what city may have some commonality, but rural would be something totally different. But there's going to be commonality among all three. So then they parse out what's going to be most important versus what's going to then take those statistics to such a fine line that it doesn't have a connecting factor on anything. Right. So it's almost like you have to determine what would be in common among all 54 nations. What would be in common within those 54 nations that's rural? What would be common among all the 54 nations that are city? And then what will be those outliers? Because again, when you start looking at statistics on a national, they have to eliminate the outliers, because you'll go so deep into the weeds that you'll just be running in circles, and it's time to start asking questions all over again, because they know that what happened 7 years ago may be a little bit different 10 years later in 2017. There may be a little bit different in in 2027, but there's going to be a fine line that's going to be stable.
Right.
Those things are still going to be the same questions. They're going to be the same issues. They're going to be, how many policemen, how many stores, how many children member. Those things are going to be, okay, now the 10 kids are now 10 years older. So what do the commonality among all 17-year-old kids? Are they the same questions being answered?
Yeah, it may be more technical for you, but just to address what you raised, it's it is a sampling issue. In population census, you had everybody counts, so you do have you can disaggregate your data into the local level because it covers all people, so you all administrative, and so you can cover the local. You reporting also from Kabele, Wereda, and zone, and so it addresses the local in census. But in survey, the problem, there are issues for sampling issue when you try to sample. Time is an issue, budget is an issue. So because of that, the reporting level is at national, and it can most our surveys comes to region, what you call districts level. So, but it is again urban rural, the national urban rural, the district urban rural. You may small area maybe estimated from the youth sampling frame is the census, it's a whole. So from you draw your sample from that census. So because of that, you can address, you can estimate small area by that, just to address what you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to use that as an example of what you just stated is because they have been, I'm going to just say around the 1920s, probably just throwing a number out. Number might not be accurate. That they've been taking the statistical data for the census. So because they've developed that pattern to the point. So you're talking about 100 years worth of data. Now is they like this year's census, they've gone even deeper, meaning, okay, well now we're pretty comfortable with the data as far as, age, number of people in the house, now we want to go one step lower. Okay, let's look at the occupations. Let's start. Oh, who has a mortgage? I mean, I never saw that in a statistics census before, but now they get into that level because now they feel so comfortable with 100 years of seeing that same pattern, even though it can dip up and down. Now they're like, okay, now we can go one level below to see, okay, let's see what these patterns are. So it took them a while before they started expanding the questions. But like I said, for 100 years, they've kept it basically the same information, really basic, really static. How many people are in houses? What are the ages? Where do you live? And built on that. And then they have like a secondary where, again, going to the schools, asking these every year, asking these same basic questions. Then they're, like, okay, since we now know how many people are working in the homes and where they live, now let's bring another group of people in to do community statistics. So now you bring in the community meetings, and then they take that information, but they always ask those same sort of basic questions to start integrating these same categories among the three different sources that they're gathering the information from.
It's there are core sets of questions, as you said. It's maybe the same core set of questions, but these days you can't do unless you address new emerging issue. you know, things are global. When you provide the data, it has to be comparable with global data. Again, you follow the standards, like you may have national standard at your country, and again also there are international standards. So you have to meet that standard. You can't escape that.
Right. Right.
If you go, there are core set of questions. So a core set of questions, it may be country specific. You know, you have to customize at your specific country situation case, but still the even though you again and again you may ask the same question as core set of question, but you know, it's even the survey comes from the need of the data users. You start your work by user and data producer dialogue. Unless you update your questions, your manuals, your survey tools by new emerging issue from global issue. There are cross-cutting issues these days. Disability is cross-cutting issue. Gender issue is cross-cutting issue. It's global. So when you at the start, when you have a user producer dialogue, you address such kind of issue. In our case, this is we follow all this. We update our questionnaire by new emerging issues, and also we try to address the need of our users. We have workshop like seminar like to have a dialogue between to address to hear what they need and to address all the questions. So this is the case.
Do you guys have a
Well, you know,
link?
but the thing is
Real quick,
if
BJ.
I'm sorry.
I was going to ask her, do you have a link?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah. If something you can put in the data that links the secondary group of data, then that makes it a little bit easier versus starting from scratch every time. So if for example, some, you know, like we have a social security number, and that's what trails us all throughout this country. And they use that link to whatever set of information, and they'll link it back to the address. So that demographic core information is is pretty stable no matter where we go within, you know, whether I move to California, you know, Atlanta, you know, to, you know, Montana. That social security number is going to trail me no matter where. And then they're looking at the year. So that's that year information. So they know, okay, she lived in Atlanta during this time, and she lived here. That was a suburb, and she worked as a artist. Then she moved to California. I'm gonna live my dreams, becoming this fancy artist. So now they say in 2020, she moved to California. Same person, different. She's now living in the, you know, Hollywood Hills. And that's it. But then my dreams got burst. He left me. I moved to Montana to just reset myself. Now I'm living in an ashram farm. I don't do no more art anymore. So then they just follow those demographics, because what's consistent is my name, my social security number, and my sex. Those things haven't changed. Only the outlying demographics has changed. My occupation, my residence, my this. And then they could take statistics again, because now the statistics in California may be different because I'm not living in Atlanta, because that's different states might have a little bit different requirements of that group of data that they're pulling. but they still know it's me. And so again, that set of statistics that Georgia's taking versus what they're taking California, maybe California question may be more intense, more detail oriented. But that's because they need a different group of information for California versus, because again, if I'm driving a car in California, they may have a whole set of statistics on that car. Is it meeting certain EPA requirements? How much, green energy efficient, all these other different things. Where in Atlanta, how many peaches did you buy? Because we're trying to sell a bunch of peaches in Atlanta, in Georgia. So it's different set of statistics, but that will still fall under building and services or whatever, that transportation, foods, so those different groups. But then once you have that other information in one database, then you can pull based upon those categories. So it's just a matter of creating the categories and just tweaking it from time to time based upon, because the questions, if they're basically going to be the same, that's going to be like your master list of categories. But if they're changing, you could tweak it based upon subcategories. And so that's when those indicators become important, because you're going to have to translate. The information that's written in is going to be different, but if it falls in the category, you pull the category.
That's not good.
Yes.
One thing about when it comes to the West in the U.S., we got a social security number. In Ethiopia, can you use your Kabale number?
We don't have that system.
That's where we need to focus. Because Kabale has everybody's information. And, I still have my Kabale, by the way, Ethiopian is gone. Okay. And there's a number that the Kabale assigns you. Okay. You can start 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? But at the same time, it says Kabale, Arada Safar, and all that. And you have the other number that specifically say who you are, and those numbers that's been assigned can correlate. It's a giveaway for you. Okay.
And Biggie, I just want to interject real quick. Based upon your social security number, there's a lot of information within that social security number. Your race, I believe where you were born at, because like a state translation. So those numbers can actually mean something within the numbers you create, depending upon what information you're trying to gather. So that makes it a little bit simpler, because as soon as you see the information, it's already telling me a lot about this person without going any further than that.
Right now, BJ, we have Social Security in the West, right? And Ethiopia does not have that, right? And we're taking just one sample because we have somebody from the national statistics in Ethiopia. And when it comes to surveying, okay, the actual when that person is born is registered, right? When he dies is registered. We know exactly what happened to that Social Security, even though we might have, a few here and there. But like the case in Ethiopia, they have data that is so available to listen. It's just how they're going to be using that data, because if you live any part of Ethiopia, right, you have to have an ID specifically where you live. Specific. And if you move
from one area to another area, the only problem that I see, that number that you registered originally does not follow you. Because the new Kabbalah that you're going to get in, the new address that you're going to get in, they'll give you a different ID.
But you know what, Biggie?
And
what you
said,
do is based upon who that person is, you have to translate that ID into that new number.
Right. So but what I'm saying is they're not, they don't have that. That's what.
No, they would have to create
let
it.
Let me give you highlight our case in short. It's okay. You know, it's we do I'm jealous of other countries, the way the data collection. You know, our data collection system is. I don't know. It's a lot of hardship. We collect data in traditional way. You know, we in one Kabbalah we do have what we call cluster enumeration area, which is scientifically mapped. Cartographic work was done. So by that method, we try collect the data. We try to reach to households. So cartographic work is one burden, and also the way the data collect. You know, in other countries, it's already a system. So it's a system. If one mother give birth at hospital, it's already known. But now, in our case, if you follow survey, we have to visit that mother. If we follow admin data, it's Ministry of Health record it, and by admin data that comes. What the issue, what you raised, we can try to address. She raised about the movement she raised. So we have a mechanism for that in the case of conducting population census. We do have two mechanisms, you know. We call it the de jure and de facto. If one counts at its normal in his normal residence, we call it de jure. And if we move to another place, and like if he goes out for field work, like he counts wherever he found. So at de facto. So we try to follow such mechanism. I don't know if I got your point. What?
No. I mean, that makes sense.
This way, even we do have a mechanism for even vital events for birthdays, marriage. It's our vital statistics newly commenced, so we are on piloting it. It's not. It's like it's on the main cities. We are on piloting even the vital statistics. We do have a mechanism. It's not so far. We didn't produce official statistics from our vital statistics. We are on piloting it. We are collecting data in traditional way. Just to give you high.
Very nice, very nice. That's not it's really. Yeah. This is a very good sample of information that we're getting. You know, and for you to come up front. And
what you're saying that you guys give the number, then all you have to do is then take that number, create another number, or take part of both numbers to create a national number for that person.
Exactly.
So you're far ahead.
I want to welcome Wallace, because Wallace has been waiting, and I hope you're enjoying the conversation.
Yes. Good evening, friends.
How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Welcome
I
to the
decided
show.
to come in and say hello. I'm enjoying the conversation. Figuring out because hopped on about 15 minutes ago. I'm following the flow to understand what you're discussing, but I can hear discussions about data collection, sensors. I'm following. I'm following through. But it's good to see you guys this evening. BJ, good to hear you as well.
Thank you, Wallace. Good to
um,
hear you as well.
yeah,
I
so
hope you're
I'll,
enjoying your day today.
yeah, it's been a great day, great weekend so
Asnagach, yeah, Asnagach, introduce yourself again to Wallace. Wallace has been always a family, always been supportive of Swahili Nation One Africa. And
Okay.
I don't know if you met him before on our panel, but introduce yourself. What do you do? You know, just for the audience that just got in, and we have Reggie that joined, and I have Marie Antoinette that joined. If you can reinstate, what do you do and your expertise?
Okay. I'm a Snagget. I'm working for European Statistics Service. Today we raised the issue Agenda 2063. What the Agenda 2063 is Africa we want. But so because of that, there are goals set there. So to check where we are, we have to look into our data. Where is the data? It gives highlights on the agenda where we are. So because of that, we talked about the data, what you have. So as an expert, I'm responsible. One of the experts is we are many, so responsible on providing official statistics. That's all. If you have question, I can clarify.
Thank you so much, Asnagach. Asnagach, I really appreciate that. I mean. This is very valuable information for those of you that's going to be joining later and watch this panel. We really enjoyed your expertise and your depth in the datas, and we're very, very grateful to have you, really specifically, Swahili Nation One Africa. And we're going to set up also in the future, if you don't mind, an interview that's going to be just you, and making sure that these datas we'll have this conversation, and if you don't mind to join us on really what is the national statistics, what is the statistics, what's the data, what we're going to be doing, and what you're doing on the expert mode of understanding what do we expect from the national statistics, and where we're going to take that same model of collecting data and make it continental wide. Because if yours work, and if somebody else's work, in collaboration, you can come on a detail saying, hey, this is going to work and this is how it's going to be. And one of the things that I see a major failure of on the part of I might not call it all the African countries, but we don't have an identifiable social security number or such thing that can be re- really useful for a lot of things that even on a government level, when they got that information when it comes to healthcare or distribution of wealth or economic issues, those things are not there. You see, I believe we might have so much data, but collecting out of it and what's important for the mission of One Africa and the AU part and the role they need to work. I got one question for you, nuggets is that is, if I give you a fund, okay, which area would you really focus on that's going to be valuable for all Africans?
By giving fund?
Yeah, start within your own department.
That's we are in our department. We stuck because of conducting demographic and health survey, including the security issue also.
Right. What would you spend all that money?
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
What do you say? I didn't get your point.
Basically, if you get funding, okay, which area would you fund more to have the best data? You know, I know it's raw, but where would you concentrate?
Yeah, it's the funding is from different parts, so it's area is it's there are a lot of issues nowadays. We drop paper collecting data on paper, so we become to copy or tablets. So for
No,
data
عندي يلي مثل مسألة أنا عن المسألة عند funding لانشي أزعاجتي in هالfunding هذا ويدا مو open PO okay يهن eine fund باجن يهن eine improvement هذا قالوا يهن مكير شرادو متشو
I like to work on gender statistics. We have shortcoming on that.
Wow. It should not be difficult, right? But you know, so he cannot go by the name because some of the name can be very close. And he cannot go on each name. That's a lot of data. Wow. Wow. Do you think that that's an issue also when it comes to the African data for the continent?
Yes, it is. It's nowadays before it's our data where the produce data when reporting it was gender blind. Now at least it's sex disaggregated. It's almost, but gender statistics is beyond sex disaggregated. We have to work more because you have to link it with socio-economic. You have to show the impact. It's beyond gender statistics, beyond the sex disaggregated. It's for I can say for sub-Saharan Africa, especially what have exposure, it's a problem.
Wow.
People even not understanding.
That was for me. That was the least I ever expected. You know, when you take a survey, the gender and everything should not be in there. No, I mean, quite surprising. Quite surprising because he already mentioned it is throughout the continent.
Yeah.
The way the survey has been taken.
Yeah.
Do you think that has been kind of saying, you know, I don't know how to put the word because we're going to have some audience that's going to be really aggravated about it, on my comments, on my opinion. But do you think is the male order has been a man versus a woman?
It's not the issue like that. If I got your point, you are trying to
you
say partner.
want to challenge hono, but I want to challenge. It's a matter of say to million identifiable.
No, it's not. That is not a gender. I said, the gender is to both for men and women, or
Right.
boys and girls. The issue is, let me put it as an example, easy example. When you see education data, it's let's high school or teachers with different school level. It's male teachers or female teachers. So in primary level or kindergarten level, there may be more female.
Okay.
When the education level comes to secondary or higher level, so it becomes the number of female decrease, and so in terms of gender statistics, you have to ask why is this up? After getting sex disaggregated data, it's a fact that you put it, but after that you have to make deep analysis, in-depth analysis. Why is that? This is gender statistics. It's not it's male dominant or female. Not that the issue is not like that nowadays.
Well, why is it then the female side of the house is left behind? You see, why is not reflected?
Yeah, it's an issue, of course.
Is there any policy that really restrict that on the national level?
No.
No, I don't want you to answer that. Actually, I just I just
are you talking about domestic chores?
Yeah, is there a policy
Interesting.
somewhere is going to skip?
I like this discussion. Such kind of discussion, I have research. Even you can get it on ResearchGate on this topic.
Okay.
I have paper on it.
Really? Can you share to the audience?
You can get it on ResearchGate. You can search it by name.
By your name?
Yeah, I can share the link also. Okay.
Yeah, share the link. Share the link.
Okay.
Please. Please.
It's you raised about restricting policy. I don't think it's the issue of. Do you have any idea? Even the GDP is misleading without considering what's done in household. It's in the household. Most girls and women spend their time and their labor there, but while the national the GDP, they consider it's unproductive work, because of its unpaid. It's not ጨካኝ ስለሆኑ አይደለም። ለመለካት አስቸጋሪ ነው። ገባ? unpaid work, paid work, it has wage and salary, but unpaid work, you can't measure it because of that.
Absolutely.
I read so many literatures, even about 60% the GDP is misleading because of it's not considered the unpaid work. It's care work and domestic chores. Without.
Can I add to that? Maybe we're gonna need also to adjust on it. This is my opinion, and this is the way I always present it. Okay. All domestic work. Okay. For me, all right, I call them domestic engineers. Do you understand?
Thank
And
you.
because it is very important. That includes wives with children, wife without children, all the domestic work that they do. Okay, it never had a value. In fact, I was doing some of my taxes at one point. I'll give you this. This was 2008, 2007, something like that. But they asked me, "Are you married?" That's the questionnaire. Yes, I'm married. How many children? I gave them the children. I gave them all the information. And what your significant other do? That's the question now. That is not even a spouse at that time. I said she's a domestic engineer. The tax preparer looked at me, goes, "What do you mean?" I said, "Listen, everything she does in the house, she designs it, she does all her shopping, everything that household needs, she does. But there's no value in money. You understand?" And I said, "Look at as an engineer, what an engineer can make through the tasks that she does, and plug in all these numbers." I said she'll make $120,000 a year if you really put the numbers on it. So that that right there, you're right. It doesn't reflect. Okay, and even Prime Minister Abiy said, work. It doesn't actually have to be a paying work. If you go across the street and help this lady or this old man carrying his stuff, you're doing work. You understand? But does it pay? Even though if they're willing to pay you or offer you, there's no what you call a set number for that work that you performed. And I truly understand when it comes to the female population not being on that statistics. And I think it's not just a Ethiopian issue, but it's a
It's
global issue.
global. So they bring to overcome this. They bring time use study. By considering how much time they spend on that, they try to count it. How much time women spend on domestic chores and men, boys,
Right,
girls. So because it doesn't have wage and salary, just to
right.
measure it, they bring time use study. It's a new approach. Almost not new by now.
No,
They
but I mean,
bring.
most countries don't give any credence to
Mm,
taking care of the household. So that's wonderful that you guys are actually saying it has value.
mm,
It's going to be revolutionary, you know, because it has to have a value when it comes to the collaboration between the male, female, and specifically with children,
Hmm.
because it has a lot more to it. Uh, Here, they give you the child credit,
Right.
but they don't give the domestic support credit, and that's where they
No.
don't want it.
Well, I mean, but we live in a misogynistic society that devalues everything a woman does.
Well,
So we
but
understand where it's
listen,
coming from.
and I can see it, being really advanced when it comes to a collection of the statistics and data, where Ethiopia, is really having experts that really looking into it. And it's something to put value to it. You see what I mean? And I think it's very innovative. It's fresh for all the statistics fans, you know, to see what the values are, you know.
I mean, because it's critical. Everything that they
And
do,
she said
everything
it,
the
you know,
children do
you got data,
for the society. How, you know,
right?
it's the foundation of our societies.
And she said it, you know, 60% of the GDP is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. That
You
we
know?
talk
And they know the value of the spending power that those mothers provide into the system.
Absolutely.
They understand. I mean, all that information is being gathered because that's how they market everything, but they don't give it any value.
Absolutely. There's no value. Wow, Asnaga, thank you so much. Very refreshing I mean, new information, literally, to Swahili Nation One Africa and what we try to accomplish. You know, I always question data. You
Thank you for your consideration.
know, I'm telling you, you hit it spot on, and I think
And you've
you're
given
right.
me much respect for statistics, statisticians.
Oh yeah, they got all the headaches. They got all the headaches. Can you imagine? They got all that responsibility, especially if you go on a national, you go on that level,
Yeah, and
and
because everybody's questioning everything they're doing. Well, this can't be right. These numbers can't be this. How is this
right.
possible?
Hmm.
That is all behind it, you know.
Hmm.
But that's not going to be really appreciate you. I'm so glad. It must be my blessed day again after this is my 8th day after my birthday. So getting this kind of information, and that's why, you know, even though it's something that people don't want to talk about, but that's what the world rolls based on statistics. On the economy, agriculture, education, name it. You can only put money into it if you need the money, and you have to prove it. You know, and you need the guys that's going to be proving it for what you need.
Let me share you my pain. You know, last time we are trying to conduct in our calendar 2010. We planned the population census. It's outdated. Our population census data. It was in 2007, 99 in our calendar, and it's almost 15 years, so it's outdated. So because of that, you know, we are discussing about how traditional we collected in within 10 years, periodically our surveys within 5 years, annual surveys not more except agricultural data. So while we trying to conduct our census after much preparation, cartographic work, the tablet, we do have uh, over 120 million people for that. Our cluster is about 180. For those enumerators, for all, we prepare the tablet, we all infrastructure. After all that, with two variables, you know, religion and ethnic. It's politicized, and we couldn't manage it. So it's painful, you know. Thank you for your understanding. It's a lot of burden to collect the data. We fail all that, or we got sick at that time. Let's share you because we are on on the topic. So I would like to share our pain.
Absolutely, because again, the growth of a country is the collaboration and collect what do you call that again?
So we do have more than 82 variables in the population census, just for frame purpose, with two variables, ethnicity and religion. I wish what if we leave them and collect other variables, dropping that two variables, but it's politicized already.
And again, the gathering of the data and the slicing of the information, people just fill out a survey. Okay, it's done. Send it up. But the hard work is once you receive that survey, you have to then decipher what's being put on that survey. And people don't understand how, especially being in the States, we sort of see the outcome of the marketing and how each city, each region is getting resources. So we see a direct correlation for it. But again, it's the people who have to sit down and take that information that's being processed and processing it. And that's where the hard part, that, no one shines a light on you guys and see how important and critical what your jobs really are.
And they are the people that will really work down in nitty point of data collection and processing data. And they're not getting that data. No matter how hard they work, it's still that missing data is important, especially since we are global.
And it builds a picture, and if picture isn't complete, then what kind of picture are you presenting?
So 2063 is even had more work to do. We're going to take it five years at a time. Rosanaga, what's your comment on that?
It's 15 years for it's in 2050, yeah? It's launched.
What, yeah, 2050, but the whole thing is 2063. Yeah, they got 50 years of increment.
50 years, yeah.
And
do
all
we know
this
where we are?
to come. What's that?
Do we know where we are? It is in our case, in our country, I have doubt whether it is reviewed or not, where we are.
Well,
they focus on SDG. I told you, they focus on SDG.
Yeah, can you explain
even they don't align with the Agenda 2060.
Right. Can you run that SDG on your side to the audience? Who is SDG and what they represent?
SDG?
Yes.
Okay, let me search. On private chat, I send you the link for the paper.
I got it.
Okay.
I got it. Thank you so much.
I also have 2 products on gender statistics after having gender statistic training in Sweden statistics. I will also share that.
Please do.
With our colleagues, we have products on gender statistics.
Wow. Okay.
About the CDG, okay. Wait for.
Okay.
These are 2 links.
Yep.
It's in our website. We do have. We can get on our in CSC, Ethiopian Statistics Service website. We work it.
Do you mind if I do you mind if I share them on the comment section for our audience?
In YouTube, you mean?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just the link.
Okay.
I'm going to share that.
All the three of them?
All three of them.
Okay.
You are our star, our family. So we want to make sure that everybody understands where you come from, who you are, and what you did. And you're explaining yourself very, very nicely. Again, we've been blessed.
Because the topic is related with me.
Mm-hmm.
That's why. For other issue, I wonder about your talk. I'm jealous of you.
No, no, really. I hit certain chords, you know, and these chords are really very important because I don't want to just have. I don't want to have just and these chords are really what's been there. I hear myself on your background.
I muted
No,
the door.
Yeah, that's okay. That's good. In the meantime, let me take this a little break for reimagining about the Swahili Nation One Africa. I just want to mention to everybody to like, and to when you like it and you share it on the fund, just go out there and please put your we got 5 on it, right, BJ? BJ always said we got 5 on it. So
absolutely 5 on it.
We're
gonna get this office up and running.
That's right. Absolutely. So I'm gonna pass this little commercial until Asnakaj put it together for us. And Asnakaj, don't go away. If you go away, come back. All right. Thank you. And here we go.
So the lie began from the very beginning of time, right? And I can ask you one question right now. What does history tell us about Africa? Who discovered Africa? If you write right now on Google who discovered Africa, you find out that is one white man that he came and discovered Africa. And you can ask yourself that how can you discover a place that already exists? How can you discover a place that people already live in that place? It is impossible, but that's what the history tells us. That's what people believe about Africa, that it was discovered by a white man. This guy, he came, and then he went back, he gave a report, and then the next we know is colonialism, because those guys, they sat somewhere to divide Africa like a piece of cake, because they discovered it, they own it. It belonged to them. But that is us. We discovered, we're the first people to know. And today you have a lot of people around the world that they think that Africa was discovered by them.
again, thank you so much for all of you that join us in this diaspora talk, One Africa. And we have us Nugget in our panel, and as well BJ, my co-host. And I really appreciate that you all joined and put your comment. And as well, see our Africa a little bit different from sampling just one corner of the most beautiful Ethiopia. And we got the expert in the statistics, the national statistics collection and processing. And here goes a nugget. So the
Yes.
last question is about SDG. So you ready?
Yeah, in the chart I try, but in YouTube it says above 200, so I shared it into loud.
Yes. So far from what I see, the SDG is about sustainable development goals, or global goals are a collection of 17 interlinked global goals designed to be shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet now and into the future. The SDGs were set up in 2015 by United Nations General Assembly and are intended to be achieved by 2030. So this is where the questions is United Nations. And that shows you the time if you don't follow through, and what are you gonna get? And
Yeah.
Osnaga shared it in the comment section. The SDG means Sustainable Development Goals, and it was set by the United Nations. So, are we going fast forward with all these things that's really need to be without the homework? We're just gonna go. Okay, I'm done my high school. Now I'm gonna go to PhD. Can you do that? You know, can we jump from one issue that we have, deep issue, because I want a solid foundation for the continent. We're going to be based on our values, our being Africans, or are we going to be just saying, oh, you know what, this is a global market. We're just going to forget about our heritage, our understanding about being African, and just to join the wagon that goes nowhere. And at the same time, we're not talking one nation of the continent. We're talking about the whole continent as being one nation. So they already gave us the status of being one nation, that we're going to be following the footsteps or the assignment that's been presented to us by the United Nations. We don't even have ourselves put together. We are really at the level of statistics, what needs to be improved, what needs to be done, what needs to be collected. And as a whole, we're sampling just the information to the Ethiopian government. But can you imagine other government also has a different issues, but I'm pretty sure they got the same common problems. Because as not just from being an expert in a field, that she sees it also in a global arena. So for us, it's another burden that's been tied into us when it comes to follow also the SDG. For me, first is Africa. Then I'll join if I have to go within the goals. But at the same time, I'm still going to keep an eye on these moves. What do you say? Your comment.
My comment on this is we can align it, even we do have a national agenda in each respective country, so we can align. We are trying to align the SDG with our national plan. So also, it's some things are almost the same, one and the same. If you go deeply, the SDG agenda is not far from the Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, and also with the national agenda. So, what if you align it and work on it?
Yeah. The when it comes to the African Union and the 7 aspiration versus, I think it's about 21 of them when it comes to the SDG. But they kind of, I think they took some part of the uh, solution or the goals, and they just put them on on a step by step. I bring this information to make the diaspora understand also, not only the African nation, but the diaspora to understand where's the handicap for AU to accelerate or move faster on things that we need. And one of the key is the statistics that not efficiently shared or the quality of the statistics and the data that we have. There's a lot of work to do before we still can work on that and still move to the other aspect of things because we're not going to just wait on that because there's people living, there are people that need to be fed, there are people that need to really work and be employed. You know, when I see the quality of life, when I look at it, is that in order to have the quality of life, you're going to have opportunities to improve quality of life. If there's no opportunity to be employed and to be self-sustaining, then all that quality that you call, that's not going to be there. In fact, on the picture that I did on my little presentation on my PowerPoint, it shows, the condition of the schools, the condition of what the kids are learning. These are the future. Am I going to complain about the way they're learning? As long they're learning something, I'm very happy. As long as I see them in those facilities and trying to learn something, I'm very proud of. Because all the rest is cosmetics. You understand? The core is the education. The core is what kind of education they get. This is the future of Africa. That's what I'm concerned about. But again, just the physical. I didn't bring in a fancy school, a private school. No, I just showed you on what it is raw. But at the same time, you see a classroom with an iPad, okay, and you see a classroom the traditional way, pen and paper, and they have a table where they can write. And so sometimes you can really look at it and contrast. Wait a minute, because you got an iPad, you don't need a table. You know, everything's going to be on the iPad. You can walk around and do whatever. But again, without just that detail, it's just I'm so proud just to find those pictures, and it doesn't mean that it's all over the countries, in the African continent. But this is what I want to bring in. See, the African Union put there are a lot of smart people out there, a lot of people that are experts in their field. It's just we, the citizens, the grassroots, we're the one that's going to be really looking into African Union because it's there, and I always said it's not going to go anywhere because it has an agenda all the way to 2063. So a lot of people don't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about One Africa. They don't listen. At one point, we all have to stop thinking the negative and use what we have in hand. And this AU, we need to go from the ground up, whatever that we need to support it. Like Asanaga can be a really someone that can really talk about her expertise. There are the people that have other expertise. So we invite everybody, do not shy away, because every time there's African Union, it's like a taboo. It's like I heard some comments. I'm like, listen, there's a lot of brains that put the sweat and volunteer so much hours. So let's not put them to the mud because they still work. So we got to encourage them that we are behind them as citizens and help them in any help that they need because we got the manpower, we got the human resource, and whatever that they demand, even on the voluntary base, like we talked about, work is not always paying, but at least what they're going to be doing is to really push this agenda of One Africa to come a lot sooner than just waiting 2063. Because on the timeline, yes, there's a lot of things that we need to work on. So, but from the data aspect of it, we have people on the ground like us now, all over United Africa Accord right now. These that's going to be put together to come up with a better solution. It's just like the youth summit, on summits. Why not? You know, it can be on Zoom, it can be on anything, but to start something that needs to be done in Africa. BJ, what's your take on that?
No, absolutely, absolutely. It's important to design a system which unifies all the continent of Africa, but it's more important that it's done on your own terms. Because if you're doing it on anybody else's terms, they're gonna keep changing the goalposts. They're gonna keep changing the rules so that they benefit. So again, find those goals or those developments or those teaching methods that's going to teach the African children and the African people to be proud of who they are and to put Africa first. You know, and again, if it means going totally towards STEM and creating all these new fabulous innovations, that's fabulous. You know, that's great. Got to go that route. But also sometimes it might mean just going a little bit old school what your ancestors did, because what works works, no matter what kind of package you put it in. You know, and until you get to the point that, like Mickey was saying, everyone has a tablet and they can do it on their fingertips. But it's also important because it's the problem, like with the way math is being taught now, they're not giving the steps. You know, you go through, you got one little example in the textbook, and okay, here's the solution. If you don't know the steps in order to get through those fractions and those factoring and all that other calculus, then you're never going to get anywhere. You know, if you let a machine think for you, how will you learn how to think? So all those things are so critical. And that, you know, if you close your eyes for 5 seconds, you'll find out that you're not as far behind everyone else as you think you are. It's just they're not shining a spotlight on their issues. So just keep moving forward.
Okay, so I get on you now. I'm back to you, Asnagaj.
Oh, I think she got interrupted. So it's back on you, Biggie.
I heard that. I heard that. I mean, really, when I look at this panel and our discussion, definitely is about the African Union, but there's deeper core that we need to invest our time into getting expert like us knowledge,
Mm-hmm.
being a core, because I cannot do it all. You cannot do it all, but we have experts out there that we want them to join, express the experiences, and what is better for the better future of uniting the continent. Well, this is just really one of the major core information, uh, this data.
Yes.
So far, I don't know what BJ's, if you've been on different platform also, but looking at it, when you start saying AU, everybody talk about it being corrupted. Blah, blah, blah. Nobody is looking into the solution.
No, because that's how it is everywhere. It's the rhetoric. I mean, you begin to hear the rhetoric so much that you don't even hear the voices anymore. So, oh, this is the same playlist they've been playing over and over. Because then if you keep sitting there and talking, you don't have to take action. And I think that's the problem in this world. A lot of times, just talk, 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 and when someone actually take a step forward and make a move, oh my God, what are you doing? This is because it just they just rather be at a standstill and look intelligent and say a bunch of big words and absolutely do absolutely nothing. Because the ones who are making the moves are moving. They don't have time to talk. Maybe I shouldn't have said that because I'm sitting here talking.
No. I mean, you have to talk about it. You got
No,
between yourself. You know, you gotta talk about it to begin with,
yes.
and then you walk the talk.
Right, right,
That's the
right. But
key.
these are like decades and decades of this. If you probably rewind 20 years ago, are these not the same talking points that they've said?
Um,
Nothing could get done in 20 years. And if we fast forward another 20 years, they're not the same. Oh, energy efficiency. We need to go to, they were talking about this back in the 80s. And they shut Jimmy Carter down on it. Nah. Then the oil embargo, and then all of a sudden the Reagan came in, and that just disappeared. And then here's 2000. Well, we need, Gore. We need to start looking at green energies and stuff like that. Okay, and then now here's 2022. We need green energies and stuff like that. But yeah, our infrastructure all over this country is falling apart,
right.
and no one's saying nothing on that.
Yeah.
The pipes under my ground is 125 years. They're now trying to do something about it. 125-year-old pipes, which probably ain't a pipe anymore. It's just a dirt hole that, thank God, hasn't flooded anybody out. But our politicians look good in their nice suits and their blue red ties, and I'm here to just a walking game. And again, those who are committed take actions, and eventually you'll come to that solution. But if we just sit here and just talk, it's nice words and it's great to motivate, but we still have to move and take action. And that's one thing about our ancestors. They were good at doing both. They knew the importance of both.
Yep.
They knew how to use both to get, their agenda implemented. I think what happened afterwards, because of all the violence that was pushed upon them, we just learned how to talk and not, make a move. And it's to our detriment at this point because our kids are suffering.
Yep.
Our environment is suffering. We're suffering.
And again, this cycle repeats itself over and over, and something about it.
Yeah, and that's why you have to make a move. Statistics are important. That way, and but on top of the statistics, you kind of constantly meet and talk about what are the issues are, because some things are short term, some are long term, and some need additional development to come to a resolution. But unless we communicate that and write it down and determine what area we want to tackle first, we will never get anywhere, because everybody in the community knows what an issue is, and there are people in your community who speak loudly and know how to gather people around and go and tackle it. But there's also those who may move slowly, talk quietly, but they are able to get a lot of things taken care of. But it's in unison that everybody's making that move and taking that action that things change. Because if you sit there and just, babble and do nothing, nothing's going to change. So you can't complain about the condition if you're not trying to, no matter how small it is, make a move.
That's exactly what we're doing here as Swahili Nation One Africa. Just making the move. We're nicking it.
Yep.
Take down
that one drop of water will take a huge rock down. One drop at a time.
All this conversation, all these things that we are doing, we're putting the time in short term. Look at what was happening to Swahili Nation One Africa. It's a real foundation, got the license. We're operating now. We're into the office. This started really November 15, that I said, hey, this is no more a YouTube channel. A YouTube is just the communication, but this is a working session. And we proved it to the day that we were working on it every day. Relentlessly.
And you teaching others how to replicate it.
Absolutely.
So our youth could go out there and create their own channels and their own advocacy to attack their own issues.
Yeah, everybody as an African has the responsibility, if he opens his eyes, to tackle one issue, just one issue. Not the whole enchilada. Just contribute to that one issue. Just that one issue.
Because like my grandma always said, the squeaky wheel gets the oil.
Yep. Cracking me up sometimes. The squeaky wheel will get the oil.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Yep. That's what everybody's trying to play it, but you know what? We're facing with a lot of issues. Really, she posted the SDG goals, and she posted it on the comment section. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Okay. No poverty goal. Okay. No poverty. Zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education. Gender equality, clean water and sanitary goal. Sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work. Now, you see, affordable and clean energy. There's a question on that. Decent work and economic growth. Okay, industry, innovation and infrastructure. There's a question on that. You need to use renewable energy. Okay. Sustainable city and community. Okay, responsible consumption.
Mm-hmm.
Responsible consumption and production.
Love it.
Yeah,
That's critical. That's critical.
and exactly your that goes to your import
Yeah,
versus your
yeah,
export.
yeah, yeah, and yeah.
Okay, climate.
Along with how a lot of our rivers are being polluted because
Hmm.
there is no. Yeah, let's not talk about Jackson right now.
Yeah,
I thought Flint they will
that
learn,
is
but they
critical.
haven't.
Yep. Life below water. Something to look at. You know, all the water that we have. Africa has a lot of water body. Okay, something to look into. And out by now, the Grand Renaissance Dam created a big lake, a huge lake.
Oh, now we can have lakefront properties. Mm.
I knew you were gonna say that. Everybody assumed that the comment.
So if you ever say, well, if you won't give me access to the Indian Ocean, we'll create our own.
We create our own. There you go.
I love it. I love it.
And the next one is life on land. Okay. Yeah, I'll concentrate more on life on land. Look at the piece of land. Okay. Peace and justice, strong institutions.
Yes.
It's viable. And we have it in Africa. We have on peace and justice. It's just we need to enforce the existing one. You know, partnership to achieve. So definitely,
This is what we are discussing.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And,
I'm thinking about that. What is our impact? Discussing all this, what can we contribute? At least a few.
I always say that as Nugget, as Nugget, I said that we don't need 1.4 billion people to be participating on this panel or on this family matter that works. The more we're gonna reach out eventually to the 1.4 billion. We're gonna reach out one way or the other. But I cannot be talking to 1.4 billion, but by work, by example set, then I'm communicating to the 1.4 billion. This is our job. Very few will put collectively their mind, their soul into delivering what is required to have one Africa, one nation. And we know it. Right now, we're talking across a border that don't exist. Anybody can join, anybody can comment, anybody can say anything. He doesn't need he's not required for passport nor visa to have this communication. You know what I mean? Because in the old day you pay for your data. That's visa fee right there. Okay. Right now we got a lot of access on getting that data on the stream. Until they start charging us how much we talk and how much we do, that's another discussion. But so far so good because of the competition. Competition is good. But again, very few, let's say it started with 2 people, okay, or 3. From 3 people it grow to 4, from 4 to 5. And eventually, once you start hitting all the matter of expertise and understand, find other experts that can collaborate with you, and be productive on sections and being influential, that's another thing that we have to put in. Because at the end of the day, we want to be equal partners to the world, to the globe, okay, with a fair trade deals. We're not isolating ourselves. We are building our infrastructures. We're building our being Africans and have relationship, intra-continental relationship. And then when it comes to the common trade with the globe, we want a fair deal and respect. Because you'll see when your college shows somewhere in different part of the globe, people got different look on you. Some of them are amazed. Oh my God, she's black, or he's black. Oh my God, it doesn't look anything like us, right? And then they go deeper and say, oh, I think he's sick. I think she's sick. They start putting other taboos that they have within themselves and put it on ours. So our unity, our being one and collaborating and working, even right now at this stage, Africa should stand for all Africans.
Yes. Africans first.
Yes. She should stand for any African. You can be Nigerian, you can be Tanzanian. You are in a foreign country and you have an abuse. If there's an embassy that exists, that embassy should take that person is African, and as an African embassy, I'll take responsibility for him. Instead of
and if they don't want to align and stuff, then you know what? You're cut off. No more resources of mine will be coming your way.
Exactly.
And see,
we got to stand up.
What they do.
Yeah, and this,
because if there's no consequences on the actions will never stop.
Yeah. Imagine if everybody, all the embassies around the world, okay, all African embassies, not only for their own citizen, they should stand for any African. What is the worst case scenario? It was the expense, right, to fly him home. That's the least expense than seeing them being stripped, abused, tortured, and nobody's looking out for him. But the Nigerian embassy saw that. Didn't do nothing about it. This is by the way, it's just as an optional topic. It can be Tanzanian, it can be Kenyan, any African country that's out there as an embassy that has a close tie to the actual government. They could have went there and decide, just like the Ukraine and Russia war, when all these Africans have been segregated because they're not white. They said children and mothers. Yes, there were black mothers and children, but they didn't get the access. Ukrainian only. So at this point, at this level, we should be screaming and really start sanctioning things. We sanction our way. Let's see what's going to happen.
Because no more disrespect of my people.
That's right. And any country that witnessed that and didn't do nothing, don't come in and give me a lip service. I'm down. And then he given $80 billion, $90 billion to even on top of that.
The 90 billion could have got everybody home with no problems.
Exactly. No problem. At least put aside whatever that you need to see. You see the black nations being segregated again, 2022. And now we come back again to call upon Africans to align with you. You got to be an idiot even to think about it.
Same. What is it saying?
Seriously.
Same games, different day.
Yeah. So you're coming back? It seems like a certain thing that's going on in the world, as you notice, you see all the inflation going on. You know, you go out there, I don't care which part of the globe you are, you see a grocery shop is a small thing. It was expensive to begin with. Now it's even quadruple.
Mm-hmm.
And we all watching.
And there's
We're all,
no direct reason why this is happening other than I think it's beyond greed. I think it's an agenda.
there's an agenda. But the thing is, when is the world population is going to say enough is enough and stand up?
They've
How
gotten us all. I
global?
mean, literally, everybody. You know, it's not just Africans. Everybody is so dependent upon the system that, and the system knows that, so it can do pretty much almost anything it wants to do, and we just have to fall in line.
Yeah, but the system is breaking. That's my issue. My issue now is that okay, they're spending money, right, on this inflation, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's okay, right? Now he's at the level he cannot even afford it.
Yep.
Next level. He's working, he's making money, but he cannot provide for his family. Option two in that case is gets a second job, right? Supplement.
Right.
Listen, there are people that do
But if
not
you're
have
a single parent, are you allowed to do a second job with who's going to take care of the kids?
no,
So have
but
all these ramifications behind it when,
so
it's time to go back to the beans and rice and just,
so
stop
you
feeding the beast.
yeah, and then you start evicting all of them, right? And once you evict them, you lost your tax paying citizen because it takes only 3 months out there on the street. You never want to come back to work.
But then that may tie back to the other, because you're in DC. It's okay to lose them because again, the rich have so much they don't worry about anything. So what? These people are evicted. We're gonna regentrify the area anyway. So we got time. We got how much money sitting there? Okay, yeah, we can. That'll tie us over until we can get the contracts cleared to do redevelopment of that whole area. They play the long game. How do you clean out a city really quickly and easily of the people that you don't want? Oh, there's inflation and everything has to go up. And your rent that was $700 a month is now $3,000 a month. Oh, I'm sorry. It's because we can't afford to keep the prices so low.
Yeah,
So then that whole building is evicted in a matter of minutes. Oh, that doesn't work. Just set it on fire. Because I've seen that too. We're gonna get you out one way or another.
real quick.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, eventually, on top of the inflation, it will be skyrocketing. And that crime, of course, is not going to get that. But again, what's going to happen is this middle class is going to be really demonstrating, and you've seen it in Europe. They're coming out.
Well, I mean, but the thing is, to me, they came out too late.
Yeah,
I think it was under Reaganomics
no,
that they would try to eliminate the middle class, and the middle class got credit card. Like we're not worried.
Yeah, the narrative,
and they want two classes, in the poor and the rich, and that's it.
Yeah, but again, the narrative is like we gotta stand with Ukraine. Okay, they say we're gonna stand, we're gonna sacrifice, we'll do as a whole and everything else. But guess what? You cannot sacrifice on empty stomach. Your stomach is empty, and you're draining your blood.
Yeah,
you don't have nothing. So you might as well have the whole Europe, okay, march on foot and go to Ukraine.
Yeah.
And tell Putin to stop the war.
Yeah.
That's what it is. To stop the war. Now you see the narrative change. Don't pay attention to the war, but pay attention to the inflation.
Right.
So everybody's talking about inflation, but where's the source? Why all these things came about now?
Right. It's a maneuver. It's
Yeah.
a planned maneuver distraction because it's something that they're trying to put into effect. And the question is always, what is it that they're trying to put in effect?
That's the $1 million question. I mean, we can line up all kind of the reason why, but again, these elites are so watertight ducks. Okay, when it comes to that level, there's no information out.
And then the bottom line in all of it is, you think about all these wars, it's always been surrounded by the African man. So what is this all about?
That's another one.
What is this all about? So the African man better open up his eyes and keep an eye on what's going on, because everything, Geneva Convention, Geneva, it has nothing to do with Geneva. Y'all split up my continent.
They override Geneva.
We dropped the bomb, not on Germany, but on Japan. What they got to do with what's going on over there?
Override
Banana Republic, but it's not a republic. Banana, it's I'm a slave, you guys, in South America because we want your bananas.
Yep.
And we're gonna kill, steal, and I mean, it's always a distraction. Pineapple plantation. I didn't even know they had plantations in Hawaii until like later. Wait, I knew what the word plantation meant, so I'm like, okay, yeah. But Dole has all these. It's all connected, always connected.
Bridget, let me ask Osnaka. Osnaka, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, how do you see this inflation, since you have a lot of stat on you? Global inflation.
Global inflation. Okay. We thought it is our case. Our inflation is high.
Right.
We thought like that because of a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
But it's global, I can understand.
So what do you think of the solution?
Yeah, the solution, there is, what can I say? It's, the inflation, somehow, what I see is it's artificial one. It's just what I'm trying to say. In the market, people in our practice, what we practice in market, people hide something and they for some time and they
hoarding.
They're hoarding.
Yeah.
So there's also I don't know. As you said, it's we have to see what is the cause instead of it's the Ukraine and Russia war creates a lot of problem, globally.
Right.
The war, everything. So we have to see the cause.
Do you think, for me, the same thing, like you said, the hoarding part, right? Globally, they do the same thing. Believe me, not just the local Ethiopian issue or the local African issue. It's global. They'll be hoarding and they keep it. At one point, when the price goes up, they sell it at that price, right? As needed base, right? I don't know, from all the numbers that you ran, in your expertise, right?
Mm.
What is the key factor number with all this hoarding, and what makes people to hoard, and what is the flagging point where you see the possibility? What is that threshold? Because today we
Mm.
live in normal life, right?
Yeah.
Everything's fine. You go to shop, you go whatever, everything is fine.
Mm-hmm.
In the next 3 days,
Mm-hmm.
that I announce, oh, and now the media start paying attention to that and say, yeah, they call it stagnation, they call it inflation, they call it super global inflation. They named it, I don't know how many names, okay, but at the end of the day, yeah, there's inflation, right? What is that number that you can see when this kind of thing is going to start changing while you are stocked up, you got everything. Now you start hoarding. That means you're holding goods, and
Holding.
everything that you sell is going to be higher price. And the more, and this thing keep increasing price every day. Every time you bring 10 out, 10 of the product out, they're set at $1 above your normal. The next one is going to be $2. The next one is going to be 3, 4. You add on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe some of this inflation has been based on hoarding and keeping the price high? What do you think?
Yeah, the solution, I think, it needs trade regulation. Yeah, you
Correct.
know, people's holding and for some time and it sold out when the price increase. Needs trade regulation, I think, or custom procedure like
Mm-hmm.
maybe the demand and the supply part also we have to say, yeah,
Yep.
increasing the supply may improve
How about
the
if I increase the supply and I keep it anyway?
Mm.
But still, can I keep
Still a
that
problem.
inflation?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
You can increase production, but your production
Mm-hmm.
is being hoarded.
Mm-hmm.
And
You
how do
know,
you see?
But what if you found a new source of buyers? If you increase the production and sell within the continent.
mm,
And remember, when it comes to certain common product, like for example, Russia is selling the oil what $30 below.
mm-hmm.
Nobody can beat that right now.
Mm-hmm.
Now China turns around and sells the gas for a higher price,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the gas that was supplied by Russia.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The demand and supply, and when you really need it, you don't want to wait for the next shipment because that next shipment is going to be higher than the one that you have right now.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when the gas hike was so high here in the United States uh, last month, about a couple months, about a month and a half, right? This guy purchased gas half tank the day before, thinking, "Oh, this price is going to be okay, so I got half tank. I can play with my half tank until the next gassing, right?"
Mm-hmm.
The gas increased almost 80 cents
Oh.
when he ran out of gas. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? He could have filled it up that same day. So he's beating himself, saying, "I could have filled it up, and I still would have saved at least 50% because he's got a half tank more that he got to fill." Now he's got to go on 80 cents more. And it never stopped. It kept increasing. In some states, you cannot even touch the oil price, like California and everything else. It's we're out. But again, you know, there's no pocket change anymore. There's no dispensable income. Saving, forget it. People are living out of their savings and they're taking money out. So, from statistics, is there any indication, if you really refine it, would they be? I mean, that's how the inflation is predicted, or that way is always there. Inflation never go away. Okay, but there's a number that makes you see the index where this thing is going to be really on the higher level. As you said, demand and supply.
Okay. Also, that you know, nowadays our currency is devalued a lot.
Okay. Currency devaluation, and at the same
Yeah,
time, you got a stronger dollar, and also you got a stronger dollar.
Yeah, so we are highly dependent on agricultural production. So this agricultural production supply, it has constraint on agricultural production. So we highly depend on that.
Right.
The domestic market supply is on agricultural production mainly.
I think one of the issue in Africa is the hoarding. I think hoarding is the main issue.
The main issue. Yeah.
Yeah.
Artificial. Yeah.
And I think that can be really point out if you have a good statistics, a good data, what's been inside in the inventory versus what they sold, and how much is left, and why it's selling at this level. Of course, we cannot deny that whenever your gas price goes, whenever your energy bills goes, you know, to hoard all that inventory also got something to do with it. I mean, you can increase the price according to that. You got a good excuse, but other than that, tripling, quadrupling the price of it, I don't think that's a viable solution.
You know, the economists say, I participated in one of economic association called workshop, and they said there are many, there is many push on the system. It's not circulate. The money not circulate in the system, you know. But it's simply deployed. So because of that, it creates high inflation. This what I heard from the economists. You get
What's
my
the
point?
keyword? The keyword
you know, the money has to be, you know, there has to be transaction.
Right. Circulation.
Control inflation, you know. There has to be, if there is import, export, producing, buying, selling, the money has to be like that. If you put, if you bring a money, you know, they may borrow from. They sign agreement. They borrowed money. That money doesn't circulate within the system. They simply put it. That creates a lot of inflation. What I heard. If you get my point, you can elaborate.
Right. So that means if you don't have the flow and the circulation
Yeah.
of the product, and as well the money
Yeah.
that is really imbalanced, literally. Like if one fails, if the supply, let's say, fails, then the demand is high, and then the money that you have to spend on it, like IBM, they lost like $76 billion because the dollar got strong, and their foreign investment and the way at the rate they were selling it, since they need to acquire the dollar is so high that they cannot even sell, and they lost $76 billion. A lot of companies lost a lot of money based on this circulation. If everything circulate, okay, you got the dollar balance now with the rest of the other currencies, because it's always the dollar that's going to be the base of the currencies. And if the dollar is high on the euro, and imagine what's going to happen to the rest of the other currencies, because the euro used to beat the dollar, and now the euro is not. The dollar is high, so within that also that's the circulation. So that stops having that dollar to circulate as fast as it used to be. Now people are not buying. They're like, oh, yeah, this is too expensive. So you got all these industries that put their product out there, and nobody's buying them because of the dollar. The dollar is very, very powerful right now.
You have you heard about the situation about TPLF?
No,
Even
go ahead.
they don't even they have their own bank. They don't put in the country the national bank. They circulate within them, but still that money maybe they may buy something, they may sell something, but that money doesn't know the national. It's not in the country economic system. Such kind it creates a lot of inflation. It's I don't know.
Oh, now you're telling me that they have an offshore banking system. It's not within, of course. I mean, after ripping off Ethiopia with all these billions of dollars, all these donations that's been given for Ethiopia, Ethiopia should have been a rock star, right? Within the TPLF running, those 27, Ethiopia should have been the most shiny country and the most attractive country in the world.
Thank you.
But they robbed the country blind. They robbed blind. They were the main source of the economy, making the sales, keep bringing the goods, transactions. So they eliminate that part, so nobody knows exactly what they're going to be doing in the future. That's the cause, because they started their own banking system, and that's why you got millions and millions of dollars that have been seized by the federal government.
Even when they are in power, they print money. That doesn't circulate. You know how it creates a mess? Can you think? Can you imagine?
Absolutely. It's not backed out to nothing.
We don't need to be economists. It's
exactly to figure it out.
Yeah, you can imagine. It's
like I'm coming in with a monopoly
money.
Monopoly money, right?
How much they care?
You know how to the game Monopoly. Monopoly, the game itself. It has fake dollar, right? It has a fake dollar that you keep going around and you buy this property, but that is printed money. But for the game, it's as real as it can be, right? And that's exactly what they played.
Yeah, and Monopoly is based on New York real estate. Every piece.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I mean,
Yeah.
just like chess is based on war. The games that they create is just to teach the young how to play the game so they are ahead. So once they get into those positions, they already know how the game is played.
So imagine 27 years of ruling, the TPLF, how they raise their kids. They send them to the best schools in the world. 3,800 intellectuals. I wish they used that in return. If those 38, let's put it this way, if peace comes in Ethiopia, right, those 3,800 that are out there, the real core of this this ring, and they turn that effort back to Ethiopia, it doesn't take us 5 years to be the top and the powerhouse in Africa. The key is the peace process. The key, ignore all these actual thinking that they leaders. They are sell off. They're selling their own brothers and sisters. For me, the way I look at it, the carnage they're creating on this youth, because it's not the 70 years old pup that's going to be on the war zone. These are the future that they are literally exterminating.
The future innovators,
Absolutely.
solution makers.
And one thing that I don't understand is this 3,800 knowledgeable. And in fact, you see them even on when they are interviewed, they said, we're smart and educated. You understand? But when you look at the population, the 5 million plus population is not. So the TPLF already created this education specific force just in case we fail, you guys takes it over. And that's why Ethiopian narrative always been the criminal, the torturer, the killer, a killing machine, the warmonger. That's how they described them, because this 3,800 is a force that Ethiopia doesn't even have. Yes, we have educated a body in different part of the Ethiopian part, but they're not trained to collectively destroy a country. That's the difference. It's the doctrine. The doctrine, the way they specifically put these people in key position. And they spend billions of dollars lobbying with the US government. They're entrenched. They just have to say something to one congressman and influence on what decision is going to come. It is unfortunate. They're destroying their own country. Ethiopia cannot be Ethiopia without Tigray.
Yes.
Tigray is inclusive.
Yes, definitely.
And I don't know what kind of brainwashing they've done to to these people, because these are the people that really are from the outside influencing the inside. And people cannot go out there and speak about it and say, listen, I'm still eating dirt. I'm still in poverty. I'm hungry. Now you robbed me from my donation that's been given to me. So you're really, at the end, if you're winning, if you're doing whatever your, war is war, okay? But you have to have a goal. You have to have an ultimate goal and believe in it. But what they did is, to the popular, they said, oh, the rest of Ethiopia is coming to eat you. They're about to kill you, to exterminate you. And they give them also the example of Rwanda. And these people would never heard about Rwanda. They never heard about genocides. The only thing that they know, there's a war, okay? And they know about war. They're not new for that. But when you tell them that they are about to exterminate you, to take your land, to take your people, to take everything, they made it like we were living in the Stone Age. And that's why the Tigray population, even though they know, they want this. The first thing in human nature is they want this war to stop. They want it to stop. Every time they motivate them, you got to do this, you got to do that, in the name of this and that. Yeah, you can motivate, Fukara, you understand? But at the end, who's going to be the one that's going to be in poverty? Who's the one that's going to be eating dirt? It's the populace. Imagine they have a banking system offshore to do that. And if you really see what happened in the actual country, it's very, very hard. Very, very hard to believe, because they didn't do nothing. Nothing. And on top of that, they have this devastating war that they created, and even went even further down. So what I say to those, your smart Tigrayans, do the smart things. Save your people. Our people, our Ethiopian people.
Yes.
We're not two governments. There's no such thing. There's one government, the Ethiopian government. If you don't believe in the Ethiopian government, come and protest in a round table. Don't go and just, because you have the way of manipulating people. Why? You either declare independence, that you want to be independent, and let the referendum takes place, or come to the table and create peace. So many youth to grind, these are our brothers and sisters, regardless of what the leadership wants. At the end, a brother is killing a brother, a sister is killing a sister in different ways. That has to stop. That's, you want to come to peace. Eventually, we knew it would be, we've seen it in the past wars and experienced different wars during the Eritrean independence wars, and what war brought and what we lost out of simple equation. When Eritrea was saying, Eritrea said Ethiopia will moat. On top of that, the moat came to Eritreans. That's when they revolted. Now, this is not about Tigray or moat. This is the leadership that was in position. They've been asked if they want to come in a position to Arat Kilo. And they say no. We want to turn on the power, light, and everything else. Well, there's a reason why you don't have power, why you don't have all these things, because of your revolt against the federation, that laws that they really created, including the Article 39. It could be independent, right? They created that. This is not the new federal government that created it. It was created during their time.
Yes.
So if you don't decide and looking at your children, your brothers and sisters out there, they are dying for nothing. There's no goal. I don't see no goal.
Okay.
I've lived it during the dark time, and I've seen what the dog did. I mean, criminal things. Where when I walk out from my house, there's a cadaver, a corpse laying in front of my door.
But Biggie,
You know,
they are dying for a reason. To they're dying for another man's battle, because the division and the collapse of Ethiopia is going to benefit everyone outside of Africa.
hmm
And they don't care how much blood is spilled in the process. So yes, you're right. They have to put those guns down and stop being a puppet in another man's play.
that's right. Oh, I didn't get there yet. I I didn't get there yet. You're absolutely right. I didn't even get there. I'm just speaking to the Tigrayans that's gonna listen to this conversation. We're gonna add that factor. But one thing that I would say, even though it's another men fight, okay, I want my people to understand they killing each other. There's no enemy in here. There's not even somewhere you're gonna put in context. Hey, listen, I want to be independent. You have to have a goal, the ultimate goal on what you want.
I mean,
Oh,
but the system has gotten so sophisticated, they don't need an enemy anymore. We'll just condition you to believe. I mean, and you see in the streets of America how we're shooting each other down like nothing. I don't even have. They don't even have to do that much paperwork. Just that is the target. Take it out, and we're
you
just
know,
like blind mice. Okay, and in the end, when it's all over, you're left with nothing and wonder why is my city, my people, and all this suffer and in the trauma that it leaves in generations of your kids. You got lost generations because they're gone in battle, and for what?
and the other thing that there's certain thing that I have inside of me. Uh, I keep a secret. You know what I mean? Because if I mention that, it's even as another roller coaster that goes different direction. But again, uh, when when you have all these superpowers that really infringing and meddling into a country internal affairs, right there through everything is illegal. You understand? The way they're meddling in this war. You understand? It's illegal. Okay, the way they do specific countries within specific internal affairs of the countries is illegal. It's not. It is illegal because they all agreed not to interfere into the internal affair of a country. Let the
But
countries
Biggie,
start sorting, but help, right?
we gotta keep
I'm not naive.
recognizing the fact that it's only illegal if it doesn't benefit me. Because we take things literally, like it's illegal if you come in here and interfere with but yet they do it. And then they constantly do it, and then they threaten you if you say anything about them doing it. It's illegal when it
Right.
does not benefit them, and we have to understand, keep them out. Like this is mommy and daddy's business, children. sit down and go play. We're going to handle this. That's how we have to handle them.
Absolutely. I want to welcome Deborah.
Yeah.
I want to welcome Deborah. Deborah was in and out. She's been dropping. I hope she's in a good health. Welcome, Deborah, to Diaspora Talk with Biggie. Dananish, Salamnish, Deborah. Hello.
Hey, Deborah.
Hi. How are you?
Man, it must be my lucky day. I'm surrendered by all the ladies. I don't know what happened to Wallace. Wallace was in and out.
Well, you know, when it's real work to be done, the women have to show up.
Yes.
And it's so amazing that you all are my favorite ladies on the show.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
You know, I'm telling you, the ladies came up and they talking, they making change. Why are you guys? I'm all alone in here. Even Wallace cannot take the heat. He just talked a few things and he just left. Go ahead, Deborah. How are you? Deborah, asnak ka cinta tahu kat?
Deborah እንዴት ነሽ? ሰላም ነሽ ወይ? ባለፈው ተገናኝተናል እዚህ ይመስለኛል። ደህና ነሽ?
እሺ ዲቦራ ይባላል።
እኔ አስናቀስ ነኝ። ከዚህ በፊት ተገናኝተናል ይመስለኛል።
አላስታወስኩም።
አድናቂሽ አይደለሁኝ። በጣም ነው የማደንቅሽ። በጣም ማደንቅሽ እህቴ ነሽ።
Yes. Just translation from Asnakat to Deborah. She admires her, and we, the Swahili Nation One Africa, we called her the ambassador of Africa, and we want her to really represent Africa, and really always talking to Deborah is just enlightening. You know, BJ, you know Deborah and what she talks about. And,
yes, I mean powerful. And her passion and love for Africa is, you know, she's an amazing person.
There you go, Deborah. So, what's your Zare didn't know commentation though? ያጠፋነው ነገር አለ ማድረግ ያለብን ነገር አለ. You know, we take your advice. I told her if we made any mistakes or any comment that she's got to add. So I'll leave the floor for Deborah. Go ahead, Deborah.
አሁን ነው ገባሁ ግን የሆነ የቲፒኤልኤፍ እና ኢትዮጵያ ያወራችሁ መሰለኝ። ቲፒኤልኤፍ በአማት ደሱ ብቻ ነው የማወራ ምን እንዳለ
አውሩ እንሰማለን. I'll translate.
እኛ እኮ ለምሳሌ ኢትዮጵያ እኮ ቲፒኤልኤፍ ጋር አይደለም እንትን የምታደርገው ምክንያቱም የኛ ወስተርኖች ጋር ነው እንጂ ቲፒኤልኤፍ ጋር ቲፒኤልኤፍ እኮ ተላላኪ ነው እሱ ምንም ስለዚህ ካዲ መቼም ፖለቲካ ይሄ እኮ አሸባሪ
I
ነው።
think she just joined you on that same topic. I didn't bring up yet. And she said that the TPLF is a common courier.
Yeah. That's only there to
it's
manipulate.
Go ahead, Deborah.
እኛ እሱ ጋራ አይደለም እኛ ወስተርኖችና ኢጅፕት ጋራ ነው የምንተጣለን እንጂ ፋይት የማያደርገን እኛ እነሱ ለምሳሌ አሁን ሌላ ሀገር ቲፒኤልኤፍ እና የኢትዮጵያ መንግስት ነው የምትጣለው ይላሉ። እኛ ደግሞ እነሱ ጋር አይደለም። ምክንያቱም ቲፒኤልኤፍ እኮ ተላላኪ ነው እና ውሻ እኮ አንድ ቤት ብትወልድ እኮ ውሻ ለአንድ እዛ ቤት የሆነ ምግብ ብትሰጥ እኮ እዛ ከለመደች ተመልሶ እዛ ነው የምትሄደው። ምክንያቱም ቲፒኤልኤፍ እንደዚህ ናት። ካዲ ነው ሀገር የምትካዲ መቼም ኢትዮጵያም አይደለ ኢትዮጵያ ማንም ሀገር ቢካድ የሀገር ዜጋ ነኝ ምናምን የሚለው የለም። ለትግራይ ህዝብ እኮ መከታ ሆነ እንጂ እኮ ለትግራይ ህዝብ እኮ አልቆመም። ምክንያቱም ትላንትና የሆነ ቪዲዮ አይታ ጫካ ውስጥ እኮ እኔ እኮ የእሱ ታሪክ ማውራት እኮ በጣም ነው ያስጨነቀ። ጫካ ውስጥ እኮ ወደ ቢሮ ከፍቶ
ቢሮን ከፍቶ አሳዩሽ?
አላየም እንደ የሆነ ቪዲዮ
You know, she's hilarious. I mean, I can see. I didn't even see the video. I didn't even see the video, but the way you describe it, I can see that. Having his own office in the middle of the forest.
ታዲያ ይሄ ነው በትግራይ ህዝብ ቆምኩ ለትግራይ ህዝብ የምታገለ የምለው። ኢትዮጵያ ይቅር፣ ሌላ ብሔረሰቦች ይቅር፣ የገዛ ሀገሩ እኮ አሳልፎ የሰጠ የ10 ዓመት የ12 ዓመት ወታደር እያላከ እሱ ከየጫካ ምድር ስር ቤት አሰጥቶ እንትን ያስለከሰ ዝም ብሎ እንትን ይላል። ወንድ ከሆነ ለምንድን ነው እንትን አይሆንም? እውነት እኮ ነው። አንዳንድ እኮ መገረም ወንድ ከሆነ ለምንድን ነው አይታገልም? በቃ እዛ ጊዜ እኮ አብይ እኮ እንትን የሱ ቢሮ ታውተውን አይደል? ወንድ ስለሆነ እነሱ ጋር የታገለ። ስለዚህ እነሱ ወንድ ከሆኑ ለምንድን ነው አይመጡም? ለምንድን ነው አይወጡም? ለምንድን ነው መሬት ላይ መሬት ስር ደግሞ ቢሮ የሚሰሩ? እኛ እኮ እነሱ ጋር አይደለም። እነሱ ታሪክ እኔ መስራትም ማውራትም አልፈልግም። እኛ እነሱ ጋር አይደለም። እኛ እና አሜሪካ እና አውሮፓ ጋር ነው የምንጣለው። ምክንያቱም እነሱ ነው ሁሌ ደግሞ አሜሪካ
አስተውላችሁ እንደሆነ ሁል ጊዜ አንድ ቦታ ላይ በደንብ አድርጎ ሲቀጠቅጣቸው አንዱ ተላላኪ ቡችን ላይ ይመጣል፣ ከዌስት ማለት ነው። አንዱ ከአንድ ሀገር ይልኩታል። በቃ ታረቁ የሚል
እማውን እኮ እኛ እኮ በፊት እኮ አሜሪካ አገር ትሰብራለች፣ አገር ትፈርሳለች፣ የሰው ሀገር የምትፈራ ውሸት መስሎኛል። አሁን ግን በጣም አወቅኩ። ሁሌ ቲፒኤልኤፍ ቢመቱ የኢትዮጵያ መንግስት እኮ ወታደሮቹ ቢመቱ እኔ በጣም ነው ያሰብኩ። በጣም ነው። አረ ለእኛ ነው እንደ ያሰበች አታስብ። ለእኛ ነው እንደ የኛ የኢትዮጵያ ህዝብ ነው ታሰበች እንደ እኛም አውቀናል። ለቲፒኤልኤፍ ለተላላኪ ለሱ ውሻ ብሎ ነው የምትጮህ እንጂ ለኛ አይደለም። ዩኤንም ቢሆን እኔ አሁን እኮ አፍሪካኖች መማር አለባቸው። ምክንያቱም እኛ ላይ ዛሬ የደረሰ ነገ ላይ ኬንያም ይደርሳል፣ ሱዳን የሚደርስ ሱዳን የማይተው ታንዛኒያ፣ ሳውዝ አፍሪካ ለኛ መማር አለባቸው። የእንትኑ ማለት ነው አፍሪካኖች ለኛ መማር አለባቸው። ምክንያቱም እኛ ቲፒኤልኤፍ ጋር አይደለም የምትጣለን፣ ወስተርኖች ጋር ነን። ወስተርኖች ጋር የምታገለን ማን ነው? በአውሮፕላን የትኛ ሀገር ነው የሰው እንትን ተሰብስብሮ የሚገባ? የትኛው አውሮፕላን? ለምሳሌ ኢትዮጵያ አውሮፕላን አሜሪካ ሄዶ መገባት ይችላል አለ ፍቃድ? ማን ነው እንደዚህ የማደርገው ታዲያ? እነሱ አይደለም?
አስናቀች any comment on that?
ማለት በጣም ያየችበት አንግል ነስ ነው የሚለኝ ማለት ምክንያቱም ትክክል ነው ማለት አሁን ቅድም before you raised about Abai the Grand Renaissance Dam. So when we see that part, where Ethiopia is fighting about, it's not fighting about Africa, I can say. You know, it's you know, Westerns push Egypt to create all this mess. So they're creating a lot of difficulties in Ethiopia. You know what? Always I admire the approach, how Dr. Abiy came into power, because usually Africans change regime after coup d'etat or after civil war. Now it's a reform. A reform is a new approach, especially for Africa, but without war, without coup d'etat, or all this, regime can change. It shows for the first time, but after that, you know, it's Deborah said other Africans has to learn. You have to take lesson from us. So you see that you can change regime by reform, but it also has its drawbacks. What you see after the regime change, all the while, because it's because not it's from internet in those who from internet create a lot of problem, is supported by outsiders. The Westerns, they create problem within Africa. Egypt and Ethiopia, against Sudan and other countries, about 12 countries, based on the Nile. So they drink the same water, but they create problem within us. So, as Deborah said, it's not the issue of it's not internal, but the outsiders, or especially the Westerns, they don't want us. They don't want to see us developed, or I don't know, even to use our natural resource like the river Abai. We are the source of Abai. What if we it's all known, our electricity coverage, it's known, it's obvious, but I don't know, what if it creates creates electricity and flows, doesn't create any problem. We see what will happen if the dam was not there. What will happen? You know, we see the flood problem in Sudan. So it's but I imagine what will happen if the dam was not there. Even the dam protect a lot, but still the flooding was creates a lot of problem. I don't know.
Absolutely. I'm going to pretty much summarize on this discussion. Is basically from Deborah and my stand and Asnak's stand. We understand, and as long and BJ also put it, while we are talking about the internal, and at the same time, BJ puts a little bit of that input of that they're fighting another man's war. And in that fact, it is the fact, it's on the ground. We've seen it. It's whatever that we see in the world right now is how they manipulate an obvious question to be a true lie, while you know is definitely the truth that has been exposed, and how they attack that truth by their war machine. I've seen graphics that have been manipulated, um, uh, things that never happened, that's been changed, using the media to do. I'll tell you why we have all this problem is because when Ethiopia did her reform and elected Dr. Abiy, and Dr. Abiy immediately seized all the fires and everything else that he has with Eritrea. The minute that he signed off the treaty and gone according to the accord, Algeria Accord, and respected the sovereignty of Eritrea and become a partner to collaborate, that started this crazy notion. Because if Abiy stood just the way the TPLF did, TPLF won't be in the picture. They're going to say, oh, hey, you know, we've got a new puppet again, you know? So we're going to work on Abiy, okay? And we're going to make sure that he's still got that enemy front, which is going to be the Eritrean front. And we're going to keep on doing for the next 40, 50 years, okay? But unfortunately, that did not happen. So when you have two countries that were one before, they had a separation, a gap of 27 years, but they still managed from the 1962 and going forward, they still have history. Eritrea used to be part of Ethiopia. So now Abiy allowed that relationship. So when he applied the relationship to continue with forgiveness, that's one of the keys. A key word is forgiveness, and to move forward. That did not settle in the West and in the East. Don't forget, East-West used to benefit because of the inner little wars that they have between Ethiopia and Eritrea. But the East automatically settled down because they didn't push any hardcore things, but at the same time, both ends had a common investors. And in fact, China came in really later on after Ethiopia with, well, they had some investment, but limited, but now it's full blown. So you have the East that supported the unity of Eritrea and Ethiopia. And the people welcomed it. I don't know what, you know, it was incredible when the first they flew to Eritrea and Eritrea flew back to Ethiopia. And I mean, you've seen it is a history. It was one of the marvelous history that ever happened in the Horn of Africa, with all these wars that they went through, with all these carnage that they went through, and then at the same time making a peace and being a partner to one another. This is incredible. And this force is a good force. It was a victory for the Horn of Africa. Okay. Now, they cannot come in a different angles, but they try to manipulate informations. And now they want to revive the old former regime. By putting that in there, it's like putting a cancer in somebody's body. And that cancer is TPLF. According to the United States, the TPLF has been always labeled as a terrorist group until they came on power and they were able to manipulate them and to really have advantage. The other one get paid, whatever that happens in the country, who cares? And in fact, the one that's really helped them out to divide the country in different kulid. You know, they gave them different names. Ethiopia used to be 14 provinces, including Eritrea. Eritrea got independence, and then we got 13 left. And that 13 should have been left alone. And Isaias told Mandas, he said, hey, do not change the provinces. Leave it alone. You will have a headache. But again, yeah, he divided it because for his own purpose. So just dipping a little bit on the back. And then the next thing, one of the things that he really looked is the advisory that was coming from Eritrea, and at the same time, the influence that he is getting from his new found partners in the West. He wanted to alienate Eritrea. Don't want to hear about them. Like he never cried on the Independence Day, crying for the one that died along with him and his teammates. It's like a crocodile for me. He cries while he is eating, unfortunately. So there was a lot of crimes that's been done to Ethiopians during their reign. So many crimes, disgusting crimes. And we passed that. And so what happened is now is in the making of a powerful Horn of Africa. They start talking about having a regional military between Somalia, Ethiopia, and Eritrea. That doesn't go well in the West because we're going to be influencing, because I don't know if you guys remember, whenever Ethiopia buys arms, latest weaponry and everything, guess what? The rest of the surrounding neighbors, Sudan, Kenya, they'll be Somalia, they'll be purchasing new material because why is Ethiopia arming herself like that? You know? So now, in that same, who's benefiting? If you are with the West, you buying West war machines. If you are in the East, you're going to be buying the East war machine, which is Russia's. Okay? So it's been going on for so many years. And this country has been independent for a long time. Now the unity between Eritrea and Ethiopia doesn't sit well in the West.
Yeah, because they prefer the game of divide and conquer.
That's right.
So if they can split off the TPLF area of Ethiopia, that's one area, then get another area until Ethiopia is the size of a dime.
Mm-hmm.
You already got Eritrea. So now that unification is driving them nuts. And then you mentioned about, now they're arming themselves with other military weapons from other nations. That means they have less influence on what you can and cannot do. If you want this fighter jet, you need to do this.
Mm-hmm. Even they know what kind of weaponry that they have. It cannot be specific because it gets modified. So that part they don't like. And when Abiy came, already has been said as the new powerhouse. And they don't want to have nobody to have a power in Africa because, one, the AU reside within Ethiopia. Ethiopia has access to all the head of states. Every invite, every conversation is different. Abiy is foremost into the unity of Africa, to collaborate together. They're looking on a long range of things that needs to be done. And on his speech into the AU after the COVID, it was amazing speech with key element that we need to work on having on network, African networks, our own way of intelligence, our militaries, all that has been there. And that's the key that they've been afraid of. Because once that the region is united in arms, especially the military side of it, Isaias, the Eritrean president, all the Eritreans, they maintained with all this sanction. And now without sanction and having Ethiopia and Eritrea roaming on the African continent, they said no. Because they want progress. They want the next level of opportunities and the availability for all African jobs. So if everybody is busy, who wants to buy arms? You know, I don't worry about arms. You got in my region on the Horn of Africa saying, well, they have a coalition, they got military. We're not going to worry about that anymore because I have a good sense of being protected, not only within my country, immediate country, but I'm also protected by my neighbors. So if all these neighbors are protecting each other, who's going to penetrate to be the enemy? There's only one enemy, is the one that's coming in. And it's so obvious. And that will become the very first brush fire that they ever let it happen. And that's what they want to stop. Because if that happens, if Eritrea, Somalia, including Djibouti and Sudan, Kenya, put a common military groups, game is over for that part. Nobody has control for that part. And that's losing control. So that's why they've been dividing it. They've been putting in all these wars and everything else, including there were a plane that just took off from Djibouti and landed in Mekelle with arms, literally. But now Ethiopia is like going, you're not going to do it again. We're going to shoot down everything that's going to pass through our airspace, no matter who that is. Or you got to land. We want to know exactly who you are. You're not going to land on a territory that there's no control of it. So they shot down an Antonov coming from Sudan, full with the military equipment. So that's the bottom line. It's just is the fear of having Ethiopia to be the powerhouse. And whether you like it or not, on the vision for all Ethiopians and Eritreans is to be the powerhouse in that corner of Africa, being the owner and respected owners of their lands and territories. And when they work together, these countries don't have border. It will be borderless, and it will be very, very influential for the rest of Africa. Not only in the East, but it's going to be very influential to the West, including the Central and the Southern Africa. That's what they don't want to happen. And for all these 3,800 out the intellect to grinds, I'll say Tigray because they're from Tigray, but I'll call you Ethiopians. because we give you enough leeway so you can come to your senses. But at the end of the day, there won't be no Tigray without Ethiopia. And Ethiopia won't be Ethiopia without Tigray, whether you like it or not. This is the time you got to put some senses, who you're working with, and you have the audacity to eat the dollar while your own brother and sisters are dying of hunger. Forget the war, but hunger. And on top of that, you supported the militia force, the TPLF militia force, to take away the donated food. Shame on you.
And you know, and it's so sick. It's so sick and delusional, and that you've seen what these same people have done time and time and time again, and they've been consistent. It's not like they came up with a new game or a new way of doing it. Oh, they fooled me because I thought they was coming this way, but they came. How dare you allow your own brother to suffer and think that you're gonna come out unscathed? Well, they my buddies. They got my back. When they shown time and time again, you do the dirty work, and then we'll eliminate you after the fact. No common sense whatsoever. And you know, I'm fighting for what? One of my ancestors got slapped. You know what? How many of my ancestors got raped and hung? So which has more value? Get over it and do the right thing.
Exactly. Basically, as they kill off, they got the minus people that they don't have to spend bullets on, because you already eliminated each other, and the enemy can slide in nicely, sit among you, and still you're not getting it. I don't know what kind of
and your
drug that
children
they
are
give you.
lying there with blood on their hands that they can't wash off, and theirs is sitting in the back while eating filet mignon.
Exactly.
You're like, are they meeting our timelines?
Yeah. Deborah, you still there? I guess I'll put all your translation with Asnagaj. Asnagaj did a wonderful job translating Deborah's, and I'll put some of my senses. ልክ ነን ያለ ነው።
እኔ አንድ ነገር የምጠይቀው ማለት ነው፣ ሁሉም የምጠይቀው የትኛ ሀገር ነው አሸባሪ ጋር የምታረቅ? አሜሪካ አሁን ታረጋለች እንደዚህ። እኛ ግን ሁሉም የብዛችን ብለን አሸባሪ ሆነ የሱም ማዝገብ ዘግተን እና ታረቅ ይሻላል ብለን ተወን። ለሱ ደግሞ ፍርሃት መስሎ ባለፈው 2 ሳምንት 3 ሳምንት የአፍሪካ የነሱ አምባሳደሮች መቀሌ ላኩና ሰልፍ ተነስቶ መጡ። ለኛ ምንም ያደርጉ አልነበረም እና እነሱ ተመልሰው ነው አይደል የአፍሪካ ህብረት ተሰደቡ። ቲፒኤልኤፍ የሰደበች እኮ የነሱ መቀሌ ደርሶ አይደለም የሰደበው። ለምንድን ነው የምሰደበው? እነሱ አቅም የለም። የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመደራደር አቅም የለም። በቃ አቅም ከሌለም አፍሪካ ለቆ ይውጣ። ለምንድን ነው አፍሪካ ውስጥ የሚቀመጥ? እኛ እኮ አፍሪካዊ ነን። የአፍሪካ ችግር አፍሪካ ነው የሚፈታ እንጂ በታምር ዌስተርኖች ትላንትና ነው አለፈ። በታምር ዌስተርኖች አፍሪካ ውስጥ አይገቡም። በቃ አሁን በኋላ ማለት ነው። ሁለተኛ ደግሞ ዩኤን ነው እኛ ላይ ተጫወተ። በጣም እኛ እኮ ማንም አያውቁም። ለኛ ችግር እኮ አውቃሉ፣ ግን እነሱ እግዚአብሔርም አይፈሩም። እግዚአብሔር እየፈሩ ደግሞ ለሰው እንትን ሰው እውነት ይፈራሉ እንዴ? እነሱ
ዩኤን ማን ነው?
እግዚአብሔር ማቁ
ዩኤን ማን ነው?
ዩኤን ምንድን ነው? ዩኤን አይደለም።
ዩኤን ማለት ዩኤስ ነው። ዩኤን ማለት ዩኤስ ነው።
ዩኤስ አይደለም ዩኤን እንትን በምንድን ነው
ዩናይትድ ኔሽን ገባኝ። ማን ነው
እሱ
የሚመራው
አይደለም ታዲያ እኛ ላይ የሚጫወተው
ታዲያ?
አንድ
በዚህ
እንትን ምግብ
አሜሪካ አለ።
አልደረሰም ይላል፣ አንድ ጋር ተሰርቋል ይላል። ለምሳሌ አሁን ባለፈው አመት ማለት ነው አንቶኒዮ ጉተሬስ የሆነ ሚዲያ ላይ አይቼ ነበረ። ሲኤንኤን ይሁን ሮይተር አላውቅም፣ ግን የኢትዮጵያ ህዝብና የኢትዮጵያ መንግስት ትብልቅ ማሸነፍ አይቻልም። እሱ ትንሽ ጭንቅላት የለም እንዴ? እኛ እኮ አሳይተናል። ለምንድን ነው አሁን የሚጮው? ለምንድን ነው? በእውነት እኮ የሰው ልጅ የሚቆረቆር ከሆነ ለምንድን ነው ቲፒኤልኤፍ የ10 ዓመት የ12 ዓመት በወር በእንትን ጦርነት ውስጥ ምላካ? ለምንድን ነው ታዲያ አይናገሩም? አይን አቁም ታዲያ። ሁለተኛ ደግሞ ዛሬ አሜሪካ አረ ይቺ ሀገር ማን ያቃጠለች ይቺ ሀገርማ እግዚአብሔርማ አያውቁም መሰለኝ። እግዚአብሔር በጣም ነው ያቃጠለች። እና ዛሬ ደግሞ ምን ይላል እንትን ኤርትራ ነው የቀጠና መረጋጋት አትፈልግም። ታዲያ አሁን አንድ ሀገር ይሄ አሸባሪ እንደ ኢብዲ ውሻ በዛም በዚህም ታዲያ አሜሪካ እንትኑ ኤርትራ እጁን ሰብስባ ቁጭ ትበል ገብቶ እንትኑ ያደርግ እንዴ? ገብቶ እኔ ምን እንደያሰቡን እኮ ግራ ብታለኝ። ታዲያ እሺ የራሱን መከላከል ካልቻለ በቃ ቲፒኤልኤፍ ገብቶ ይቆጣጠር ኤርትራ ማለት ነው። ኢትዮጵያ ነው። ሁለተኛ ሀገር ላይ እሱ ይቆጣጠር፣ ኤርትራ ደግሞ እጁን ሰብስባት ትቀመጣለች። እነሱ አስተሳሰብ እንደዚህ ነው። እኔ ሁለተኛ ደግሞ ትላንትና በአይኔ ነው አየው፣ ቢቢሲ አውቶ ነበረ። ኤርትራ ልምድ ያላቸው ወታደሮች 55 በታች ያሉ እንትኑ ያለ። ዛሬ ደግሞ የኤርትራ ፕሬስ ላይ ያየው ውሸት ነው ብሎ አወጡ። ምንድን ነው እነሱ ምን ፈለጉ? እኔ እኮ ግራ ይብተኝ ምን ፈለጉ?
እንትናቸው
ሀገር ላይ ምንድን ነው እነሱ ጣሉ? ምንድን ነው ምን አረጉ ነው የምለው። አሁን እኮ እነሱ ምንድን ነው ምን መሰለ እነሱ አስተሳሰብ እና ኢጅፕትና አሜሪካ እንትን አፍሪካ መቆጣጠር ትፈልጋለች። ቲፒኤልኤፍ ተጠቅማ እና አሜሪካ ኢትዮጵያና ኤርትራ ካበተተኑ አትቆጣጠር። አሁን ትላንትና አለፈ በቃ አትቆጣጠር። ከሞትን አለቅም ብቻ ነው አሜሪካን ኢጅፕት መጥቶ አፍሪካ እንድትቆጣጠር። አሁን በቃ አልቋል።
ላለው ነገር በጣም የሚገርምሽ ነገር ብዙ ጊዜ እንደዛ አይነት ቆሻሻ ጂኦፖለቲክስ ሲጫወቱ ከድሮ ጀምሮ ይሞክሩ ነበር። የኢትዮጵያን መጣል አዲስ ነገር አይደለም። እነሱ በእንግሊዘኛ እንትን ልበለው anyway Deborah is talking about the issues in that regional issue about Ethiopia and Eritrea and the West and the UN and how they've been contributing toward the demising Eritrea and Ethiopia and trying to put the TPLF ahead of everything. But what I'm trying to say is the fact that this war, you know, has been there for a long time. It's just it was not obvious like it is now. The day that Ethiopia joined the League of Nations, and then you had Italy that is part of the League of Nations, and they decided to invade Ethiopia. When Haile Selassie went to the League of Nations, he said, listen, we're in the same league, how come I'm getting attacked? But they laughed at Haile Selassie. You know, everybody laughed at him because he was a black man showing up and telling him what's going on. It should not happen. But the thing, what happened is, I just like went back with everything that he's got, you know, and with all these wars that defeated, actually the old war actually, it hurts from Adwa. That's the first war. When Menelik went and defeated the Italians, that really pissed them off. The second time around, when I was last went to the League of Nations, once we participated in the League of Nations, and they came back again to really destroy Ethiopia. And actually, there's a lot of atrocity that happened. I think we always been grateful for our forefathers that fought that war and maintained that border and maintained Ethiopia intact, not to be colonized at the last of everything else that comes to end, which is the Second World War. They didn't even have a chance for that. So we defeated them twice in history. And that doesn't settle down. So there always been, that black nation out there at the corner. It's been really a pain for us. So they always try to look for a strategic entry into the dismantling Ethiopia. But again, Ethiopia has always been protected through Xavier. We always had this protection that I would say, no other country in the globe I've ever seen. But Ethiopia has always been protected. There's always been a place of protection. All the angels fought wars. There's legends that they've seen things that is not ordinary on battlefield with the Turkish, with the Egyptian, with the name it, anybody that tried to really conquer Ethiopia, and they've never been successful. And they've seen things that people cannot even express in their writings, what they've seen on the battlefield, and the power that they've seen, that the people is being protected. And this is just a fraction, and to prove it to you, here we are 3,000 years later. But at the same time, now that what they're trying to create is to have that little hole and keep that country busy, to spend more money on wars, war machines, to keep her broke, and all. If we stop the wars and we stop everything else, I think we're on the right path now to growth. We're going to be really making the peace that's required from end to end within the states to make sure that everybody gets served the right way. And that is only possible when the war stops. And this war, like Deborah said, they sent out somebody from AU to negotiate peace and all that. They said, no, they don't want to see that person anymore. I mean, they've done so many things. And then the next thing you know, during the ceasefire of 5 months, and they declared another war. They started a war 3 weeks ago. I mean, it does not make sense. And at the same time, they had all this applied coming in, and still there's no goal. I don't know what they're trying to eliminate. I don't know what they want to do, but it's like a dog that's been given direction, go this way, that way. It's like they make them play frisbee with like dogs, and unfortunate. But when they play that game, we lose a lot of Ethiopians. For me, this war is internal war among Ethiopians. That's how I want to define it. I want the media to pick on this. This Ethiopia war is not another government like they try to portray it. And in fact, I've been disappointed that they call it, there's a government in Tigray. Well, it is not recognized. by Ethiopia. All Ethiopians understand it's not recognized to be a government. It is an Ethiopian territory, and it's internal clash. It's an internal clash between the TPLF leaders and the Ethiopian government. It has to be clear. They're not governments. They're not. These are the terrorists of Ethiopia. And it has to be said so. They are the terrorists for the country. And the UN don't see it that way. Then there's who's UN, and you're going to look at it. This really is the West that influenced the UN. UN has nothing to say about that. Yeah, they have a lot to say according to the charter or UN charter.
But they're not saying anything. It's because they're fulfilling their agenda.
Yeah,
they never criticize those
they
who
keep
work
their blind
together.
eye. Yeah, they keep their blind eye, and they keep it as far as much as they can. They'll say ceasefire here or do this fire here. If you don't, there's a possibility of sanction. They give you everything in there. For what reason?
Because where are they getting their weapons from?
Exactly.
Where are they getting
Who
their
supplied them?
supplies from?
Exactly. I've seen footage where there's this bunch of young kids that pass the actual federal military, federal army of Ethiopia, and the next thing you know, they dug in some holes, and they come back armed to the teeth. So they come from behind the army, because when they let them pass, they pass like they are like a refugee and they're running away from the war, and they arm themselves behind them. So all this strategic, all these logistics, those people cannot do that. Even the leadership of TPLF has no idea. It has to be directed in order to have such tactical moves. So
and see, that's
we
the
know
saddest thing, that they're willing to sacrifice their children for what?
that's the $1 million question.
Because the
doing?
$1 million question is asked because it's only those few, that the 5, maybe 6, perhaps extended to 10 people who's going to benefit from it. The rest of them will get absolutely nothing.
And
out of the 10 is going to wind up being 2, and then finally the 1 that they're going to eliminate.
Right,
so you're getting
BJ.
a piece of gold that you can only hold for 5 days, and then it's going to be gone.
Right, BJ. The very comical area where apparently the TPLF leadership, which there are 2, and there are others like generals and stuff like that, they selected to maintain this status quo, really, what's happening. The minute TPLF changed her idea, and hey, listen, even the peace, when they say we want to make peace, I knew for 5 months, they were collecting arms. 5 months. They were worn out. They didn't have anything left. And they called for peace. You see, that's the key, okay? If Ethiopia went ahead and seized Mekelle, you know what's going to happen? They're going to slap Ethiopia with all kind of sanctions. And in fact, there are still sanctions between Ethiopian leaders and as well Eritrean leaders. There's sanctions out there. And on top of that, they want to squeeze more. And now you're going to handicap a country, never heard that before, with her internal affairs in the name of human rights. You see, that's the key when they pushed in the agenda about human rights. The human rights, we have human rights within countries that follow regardless, they've been questioned how you explain this, and they've been questioned and they've been sanctioned accordingly. But on this one,
like English is just a riddle. Human rights means human have no rights. They don't have no rights.
No.
And if you're talking about human rights and you're sitting up there trying to say we're doing the right thing, we're gonna make sure people are protected, look at the people in your own land. If you're not willing to protect the people who are living in your own land, why would you go to such an extent to protect foreigners? What do you really want? You know, we need to stop being puppets.
Absolutely.
In another man's game. Who keeps changing the rules, and you're going to lose no matter what.
In the middle of the game. Yeah. So, here we are. Asinaga, you've been quiet in there. I know you're listening. And I know it's late in Ethiopia.
Listening. I want to say to Deborah, it's, you know, it's why the government with rebel group, she raised about the issues. You know, the government have a responsibility because it is its own people. I don't know, BJ have idea or not how, as you mentioned, Becky, they come for 3 rounds after within 5 months for 3rd time. So now they came almost. There is no use. There are no use there. And they, as human waves, they came. So, Deborah Millet, Yehuda Mallet, Mengus እንትን ነው ኃላፊነት አለበት ማለት ያለው ህዝብ ለሁላችንም ያስጨንቀናል። ነገ ምንድነው የሚሆነው ማለት አማራና አፋር የሆነውን ነገር ማየት ይችላል ምን ያህል ጥፋት እንደደረሰና አሁን ዛ ትግራይ ላይ ዝግ በሆነበት እኔ አላውቅም ምን ሊሆን እንደሚችል ምን አይነት ወጣት እኔ ትውልዱን በሉት ማለት ይችላል። በቃ አገር ላይ ሰው እንደሌለ ነው የሆነው። አገር ላይ ሽማግሌ የለም ወይ አይ ነው። እዚህ ላይ ግን እንዳለችው ያማል። እዚሁ ላይ እንደገና የውስጣችን ችግር ሳይበቃን እንደገና ሌላ በርደን ይጨመርብናል። እንደውም ኢትዮጵያ ኤርትራ ልትወጋ ነው ኢትዮጵያ ኤርትራ ልትወጋ ነው ምናምን የሚል ወሬ ሲሉ ነበርና የሆነ ከባድ ነው።
እንትን እየቀየሩት ነው
ኃላፊነት ስላለበት ነው።
እሱ እኮ እኔ አይቼ ነበረ አይቼ ነበረ እንትኑ ላይ ትዊተር ላይ ብቻ እነሱ ነው እኮ አካውንት ቀይሮ እንደዚህ ማደርጉ እንጂ እነሱ ነው እኮ አካውንት ቀይሮ የአካውንት ቀይሮ ፌክ እንትን የሚያደርጉ እንጂ እነሱ የሚፈልጉ ኤርትራና ኢትዮጵያ እኔ እግዚአብሔር የሚመሰግነው እንደኛ ምንድን መሰለኝ በፊት ኤርትራና ኢትዮጵያ ካልታረቁ ምን ይሆናል ነው ኢትዮጵያም ኤርትራም ተተወኝ ምን ይሆናል ይብዛችን ያልቃል እርስ በርሳችን እንገደዳለን ነበር
እንዴ ብዙ ነገሮችን አልኩሽ እኮ አንደኛ እግዚአብሔር አለኛ ይጠብቀናል ችግሮች አሉን ችግሮቻችን መውጣት አለብን
አሁንም በጣም ታገዘናለች ምክንያቱም እሷም ስለምታወቅ ነው እንጂ ሌላ ሀገር አሁን ሱዳን እንደዚህ አትታገዝም ሄዶ እንደ ውሻ ነካን ይመጣል ስንት ሮኬት እንትኑ ላይ አስመራ ላይ ተኮሰ ታዲያ የትኛ ሀገር ነው ዝም ይላል እንዴ ኤርትራ እኮ እኛ አካል ስለሆነች በፊት
አንድ ነገር ሲመቻቸው ኤርትራ እና ኢትዮጵያ ለየብቻ ናቸው እንደገና ደግሞ ለማመቻቸት ሲፈልጉ ደግሞ ኢትዮጵያና ኤርትራ አንድ ይሆናሉ አሁን ደግሞ አዙሮ ደግሞ ኤርትራ ኢትዮጵያ ትወጋለች ያለችው ለሚለው ቋንቋ ምንድን ነው? እነሱ አላማቸው ምንድን ነው? ኤርትራ ኢትዮጵያኖችን ነው የምትወጋ ያለችው ማለት ትግራይ ቲፒኤልኤፍን ከወጋች ኢትዮጵያን ነው የምትወጋ ያለችው። እንትን ነው አየሽ፣
ኢትዮጵያ አይደለም ቲፒኤልኤፍን አሸባሪ ነው።
እነሱ የሚጠቀሙበት ቃላቶች ነው የምነግርሽ። እነሱ የሚጠቀሙበት
አለች እኮ መንግስት ግዴታ ነው ምናምን አለች። እኔ ያልኩት እድል ሰጠናል። ስንት ጊዜ እድል ሰጠናል። እንደ ኢትዮጵያ መንግስት የታገዛል እንዴ? አሜሪካ ሁላ አሸባሪ እድል ትሰጣለች? እኛ እኮ ብዙ እድል ሰጠናል። ከዛ በኋላ የራሳችን ላይ ነው የሚሸከመን። ምን እናደርጋለን ታዲያ? መገደል ነው የሆነን ደግሞ መያዝ ነው እንጂ።
ያስናቀች እኮ ፖይንት የመንግስት ያንን ህዝብ ደግሞ ፕሮቴክት ማድረግ አለበት፣ ግዴታው ነው የመንግስቱ። የኢትዮጵያ መንግስት ብሔር ብሔረሰቦቿን ማስከበርና መጠበቅ አለባት። ያለው ምንድነው መሰለሽ የትግራይ ህዝብ አሸባሪ መሪ እንዳላቸው መገንዘብ አለባቸው።
ስለዚህ እኮ አሁን እኮ
አላማ አልሰጧቸውም። ብዙ ደግሞ ኢንተርቪዎች ነበር። አላማ አልሰጧቸውም። አንደኛ ለምንድን ነው ፋይት የሚያደርጉት? ለምንድን ነው የምትዋጊ? እስቲ አንደኛ መጥተው ሊበሉን ነው፣ እኛን ሊያጠፉን ነው፣ መሬታችን ፕሮፓጋንዳ ነው። እንደራደር ተብሎ ደግሞ ለሰላም ሲመጣ እሺ እና አይ ሲያወሩ ምንድን ነው የሚሉት? ጅቡቲ ተሰብስበው አልተስማሙም። እንደገና ደግሞ አሁን ሌላ ቦታ አንድ ጊዜ ጅቡቲ ሄደው አያውቁም። ውሸቱን ነው የምነግርሻለሁ። ውሸት ምንም ነገር አልተደረገም፣ አልተጀመረም። ድርድራቸውም ኤዩ እንዳያስታርቀን እኛ ነው ኤዩ ይምጣ ያንን አምባሳደር አንፈልገውም እያሉ ጊዜ ገዙ ማለት ነው። ከአምስት ወር በኋላ ደግሞ እንደገና ደግሞ ጀመሩ ማለት ነው።
3 ሰዓት በፊት አይቼ ነበር የኢትዮጵያ መንግስት እነሱ ጋር እንደማይደራደር እንትን አድርጌ ነበር። ፋና ቲቪ ላይ አይቼ ነበር። ሁለተኛ አሁን ወደ ተንቤን የሚሮጥ ወደ ተንበር ተቆጣጥረዋል። አሁን እድል መስጣት ያለብን ለአንድና ለመጨረሻ ለትግራይ ብዙም ለኢትዮጵያ ብዙም ይሄ ጫና ይሄ ርግማ እኛ ላይ ማነሳት ነው። ከአሁን በኋላ እኛ አልችልም ነው እንዴ?
በጣም ብዙ ሰው አለቀው።
ስንት ብዙ የአፋር ህዝብ እንደዚህ ያለቀው፣ አማራ እንደዚህ፣ ኦሮሚያ ክልል የብርብር ሰዎች እኮ ለሱ ምክንያት ወይ እሱ እኮ እኔ ሰው አይመስለኝም። ሆነ ኢባብ በቃ ኢባብ አንድ ጊዜ መልስ ገረጫው ብዙ ሰው ያስጨርሳል። እሱ ይመስለኛል። እኔ እግዚአብሔር ይቅርበልኝ ነው።
እግዚአብሔር ብቻ ይፈረዳቸዋል። እግዚአብሔር በጣም
ይሄ ደግሞ እኛ ላይ ማጫወቱ እነሱ
ጥያቄ ያነሱ ነው። ቻት ቦክስ ነው እንትን አጀንዳው ምንድን ነው? አማርኛ ብቻ ሆነ የሚል ነገር አየሁ መሰለኝ።
ኦፕስ
እኛን እንትን ማለት እስቲ ይኸው ሜሴጆች ርዕሱ ምንድን ነበር የሚል ነገር ስለየ
I see Nutrula 6. Yes, I speak Amharic. I'm Ethiopian also. So, I'm Ethiopian Eritrean actually. I got both blood, and yes, usually when the war comes, and actually, I speak French also. I translate French, and as well Amarinya or Tigrinya. It doesn't matter. So it's a lot easier for Deborah to express herself in Amarinya because she's very passionate, and sometimes you're right. You know, we kind of tend carry on the conversation. We have BJ on the panel also very patiently, and we're just talking about basically the TPLF issue and the internal issue that we have in Ethiopia, and what would be the solution, the end result. What is the solution? There was a ceasefire for 5 months, and now they restarted another war, and then we're back again square one, and now which way we headed? And this whole thing is an Ethiopian internal affair, and we are dealing with a terrorist group, really, that took the whole state hostage, basically in the name of being Tigray. But those Tigrays are Ethiopians and Africans, and Africa should scream about what's going on in Ethiopia, because every time they're winning, nobody says anything. Every time they gain territory, nobody says anything. Every time that they get beat up, and you have all these people that really supports them, specifically from the West, even though they've been specifically been labeled by the CIA at the formation of TPLF. They've been.
And the sickest part is, why isn't the other 53 countries standing up and says, we're not tolerating this?
Yes.
It ends now.
Yeah, and basically, they cannot create a Libya. You understand? This is typical, just like a Libyan, and they came in the ethnic divide, and being able to take out Gaddafi. One thing that they cannot do on the open is in Addis, and that is the impossible, because then it would be a declaration of really of major wars. That's how it triggers.
Then that means the citizens of all 53 countries need to get out with their picket signs and protest, which will force the leaders to say, Tigray, you got to get your stuff together, because we're not about to have all this in our streets.
Exactly.
We know it probably have something to do with the dam and being able to have energy independence for Ethiopia and Sudan and the surrounding regions. So if they can't come through the front door, they'll come through the back. If they can't come through the back, well, we try to say, SAD is locked. Well, then we'll break the window. They don't stop.
Yeah, one of the other highlights is once Ethiopia has the hydroelectricity working 100%, Ethiopia is going to be independent, 100% independent. Yeah. No, we don't need no loan. We know how to achieve that part.
And there's the rub. That's why they want the conflict. How are you going to be independent and fighting a war at the same time and trying to take care of all these other things?
Yep. Asnagas, do you understand?
Yeah.
You see there. You see, Ethiopia would be really independent, and at the same time, it will be creating a powerhouse, because the host country of all African nation is Ethiopia. Now that they don't have to adhere to nobody, okay, because they don't have loans, they're on their own. And actually, we got a lot of other resource that's been explored, but it's always under the rug. We got oil now. We got the gold, new part of gold that's been found. We have uranium that's been found, and there's other things that it's not out because of the war, and it kind of overshadow it. But again, the good thing is we have those resources, and it's a matter of doing the exploitation. And after that, Ethiopia would be a prime example how she moves forward, embracing all the behaviors and embracing toward work and excellence, and we'll see transformation in no time. The only thing
and that's probably the biggest fear.
Yep.
Copy paste. Now, if all other countries start to copy and paste that,
exactly,
and then my sanctions won't have the power that it's had to force you to do my will.
We're still surviving it, But that, a lot of things would have been worse the way the propaganda and the narratives are going, and seeing that Ethiopia is still holding up. We're still holding up, a tight rein. We have different issues, different parts. Hey, it's what do you call that? Always when there's a havoc, the creation of another one is easy. Like we said, there's a lot of copycats. that really want to show muscle because the government is busy on the major issues. And again, even though you got strategically placed what different services, sometimes those services get overwhelmed. They cannot protect, especially the region of Wallaga and all that. And it's sad. People even taking advantage of that. And also, we got another terrorist group that's roaming those regions and make it worse. So it's like they're trying to tear them apart. But the beauty is the fact that ISAS is an ally, Eritrea is an ally, and helping out in this terrible thing that's been done in that horn of Africa. And he's fearless. There's no fear to that because they came into his territory. He's just going to defend. And then they put another narrative like Eritrea is losing all her military, and that he's calling on the senior generals in army that retired from retirement. I'm like, what kind of propaganda that is? If Eritrea was at that level, they would have TPLF would have walked to Asmara with no time. You understand? It's just they're trying to show. There was a joke like the North Korea, what's his name, Donkey, his father actually. The propaganda was every time that there was donation from U.S. and it has the U.S. flag and everything else. They used to tell the people, telling them, "Hey, we conquered United States. See, now they're delivering wheat for us." And that was the propaganda against the West. You understand? We won the West here. The proof is they're sending wheat for us. It's like taxation. So the same thing. They just wanted to show off that, oh yeah, we decimated the Eritrean troop now that he's calling for his senior. So all these are propagandas and changing putting some narrative where the Tigrayans said, "Oh, really? We defeat." But again, you turn around and if you're really putting yourself into that shoes, oh, if you did, by now you should have been in Asmara, or you should be taking over the Assad, which their dream for the Abai Tigray, which didn't work the way they planned it. And Meles tried it, put the war against Eritreans in 1998, and it failed. Everything failed. They even tried to go through the Assad direction, but it didn't work out because that defense never stopped. So anyway, Asnagach is Asnagach is gone. See you some other time. I have to go stay safe. All right. Be safe. Asnagach, thank you so much for joining us. I still have Deborah and BJ, I really thank you for everything. I just want to play one thing and find it. As you guys know, I love that Godspeed and Made for Jesus, right? Deborah, are you still there?
Oh, love it.
Yes. I was going to break that one down.
That's appropriate.
Definitely. Definitely. So you're going to enjoy this from Mika and Godspeed.
And we definitely think that's for being on here and breaking everything down, because it's important to know what's going on and how, even the foreign forces globally is trying to manipulate things.
It's so amazing. Thank you so much. Goody, here's Mika. Seven. Here comes Mika. Huh?
እኛ ጋር እኮ ሰዓት ሄዷል። ሌሊት 8 ሰዓት።
I know. I'm just gonna treat you this as I think it's about 5 minutes, and then we're gonna call it a wrap. Sounds good, BJ?
Sounds like a winner.
All right. How about you, Debu? All right, I'm gonna play it. Enjoy.
In the corners of your heart, stood your beloved, your days stood the fairest among 10,000 wives. You formed the seasons and fixed the time. You gave me sparks in the morning light. Creation flowed from your love. You were crafty and I was pretty. You were laughing, I was reaching out for you. I was made for heaven. I was made for Jesus. I was made to walk the cool of the day with you. With you. Cursing the garden of paradise, knew the pain from the Father's heart. To get us back, you gave it all. Filled in the likeness of flesh on earth, bore the cross that we deserve. I've gotten down on one knee. Spirit breathing on me, been saying I'm see what I was made for. I was made for heaven. I was made for Jesus. I was made to walk in the cool of the day with you. I was made for heaven. I was made for Jesus. I was made to walk in the cool of the day with you. With you. The whole point of my existence is to know you. Jesus. Point of my existence is to know you. Oh, the whole point of my existence is to know you. The whole point of my existence is to know you, Lord. The whole point of my existence is to know your love. The whole point of my existence is to know your love. Is to know your love. Is to know your love. I was made for heaven. I was made for Jesus. I was made to walk the cool of a day with you. I was made for heaven. I was made for Jesus. was made to work. The cool of a day with you. With you.
Wow. I always
Yeah,
say wow about this. It's love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it. And I
definitely.
cannot wait. I cannot wait for our Swahili Nation One Africa anthem coming up.
The song. Oh yeah,
Yes.
and the video.
Okay. And the video. We want the whole enchilada. Beautiful,
And
beautiful.
spread it all through the continent of Africa.
You know, I got a question from a brother of family, Abu Yak. He said, Biggie, do you think TPLF will ever get to senses? I think TPLF is not the one that's going to get into his senses, but the people of Tigray have a sense because they're the one that lost their children, and as well, the mother that's crying, the fathers that been crying, and the children. Some of them are orphaned because they probably killed their dad also. So I think the TPLF will never get into their senses because they did all this atrocity against their own people, and I don't know what sense do they have left. I don't think they have any sense. Uh, this was a senseless war, and it created havoc. It created famine. It created so many displacement. Uh, our people are scattered all over the place, and including Sudan that's taking them, and at the same time recruiting them, trying to get them to be recruited in the military. So, uh, how can a party or an organization that never had a sense will have a sense? Did I answer your question, Aviyak? Hopefully, I did. Hopefully, I did, because this is the time whether they want to survive a piece of that TP.
Yeah, and it's the
Just
people, like you're right. It's the people who have to step up and say, no more,
exactly.
no more, no more being a puppet for a few crumbs, no more.
Yep. Actually, we should put that narrative. I mean, we can have hashtag no more TPLF, right?
Yeah,
There you go. Hashtag no more TPLF, because I want my Tigran people to survive this. This
yeah,
is
and we know it's
ridiculous.
not the people; it's the
I
puppets.
think, yep, the
It's the
puppets.
puppets. It's the same. It's the same people who was involved with the invasion back during the turn of the century of the last millennium. It's the same chase. It's the same puppets that are being used to manipulate this war right now. They never stop. So if you know what your enemy looks like, then you go fight the real enemy and stop
Yes,
letting your kids bleed in the streets for what?
and one of the things that out of this, you said, yeah, but I hope uh, and doesn't retract this time. Okay, but this time, if um if the Tigrayan people really wants this freedom from TPLF, it's empowering the Tigrayan people to defend itself from this
Yeah,
kind of enemy.
yeah,
We can turn that thing around, that you can have a destructive machine within you that is a cancer that you didn't even figure it out until somebody calls it as a cancer,
yeah,
because it can live within you. Um, They might have some good things about certain policies, but overall, when it comes to a self-destruct mode, then it's up to the Tigran people to open their discussion
Yeah,
and see
because
what's
until you
best for
remove
them.
it, the healing cannot begin. And again, if you allow it to continue, you're giving these foreign entities that's just foaming at the
Power.
mouth to get in there to do what they couldn't do 100 years ago,
Yep. And the other thing,
and
the
to
question
show
goes,
that the whole continent of Africa has been conquered. We have done what our forefathers could not do. We should be praised. That it's a chess move.
yes, it's a chess move. And this time, you know, they took out the queen, so is the king. That's out there. You
Yeah.
know how the game ends.
And these people are relentless. So you can't. The thing is, oh, they're never gonna stop. Then you never stop. Your children's got to
Exactly.
breathe, so you don't stop.
Hmm.
Your baby's
You
got to
know,
eat, so you don't stop.
at the end of the this war, okay, one thing that there's always going to be a few puppets. Oh, it was good and everything else, but even for the history down the road, they'll be remembered as being the creators of this many carnages, this many corpses, this many
Yeah,
people that did.
and
And
and they need to
and
be held
Tigray,
accountable.
Tigray is gonna prevail because the Ethiopians, she's gonna prevail
Yes,
because she is part of the mother,
yes,
the child of the mother, and no matter what, she's still gonna come to her mother. So, let alone uh, we Ethiopians being Ethiopians, we have other African countries that came and expressed that if the mother cry, the children cry.
yes.
Ethiopia is the mother, and that gives us the understanding that
And the thing is, it's
within,
not going to stop. It's not going to stop Ethiopia from fulfilling its destination.
absolutely,
It's not
absolutely,
going to stop it. And
because
now, because we're in a new age, it's not going to even slow it down.
no, is the Ethiopian government is moving through different fronts too, on the economy, on everything, maintaining this war and everything else, because she has her children. She's got the rest of Ethiopia, and she wants her children back. And that's what Ethiopia is fighting, to bring her children back from this enemy. It's like a fox came in and snatched one of the chicks, and you see that chicken. That that chicken is gonna go through hell to get her chick back, and we've seen it. And that's exactly what Ethiopia is doing, to fight for her children, even though part of her children are having a war with her. It's normal. Mothers have conflict with their children as they grow. But this conflict, the good thing is, you squash the instigator, and eventually they're gonna say, "I'm coming home. Oh, that's my mother. You only got one mother." Same thing. So they will not going to be talking saying, "Oh, Ethiopia had a war with me." Ethiopia is your mother. How can she have a war with you? She's protecting you from this kind of sleazy leadership that really put themselves in the leadership by default. Unfortunately, by default, they call it elected, but no. If you don't vote, there was a lot of other things behind it, and they cannot be in power at all for that specific TPLF cannot come and claim itself as a TPLF and be a political party, because TPLF says it's a Tigray People Liberation Front. There's no such thing. Yeah,
And the thing is that where else on this globe that there's a war? Why is there always battles and wars on the continent of Africa? I don't get that. South America is doing okay. Australia ain't got no issues. I mean, China is China. Maybe not a lot of freedom, but they people ain't running up and down the valleys and the rivers and with hatchets in their hands.
Mm-hmm.
Europe ain't even, until what's going on with Russia, Europe wasn't even fighting with each other. Why is always on your continent?
Because the
And yet
continent,
you wonder why you don't have anything. Put the guns down.
yeah, the continent is very vulnerable when it comes to power. Everybody wants to be in power. And as Dr. Abiy said, that game is over. Coming, turning things around just the way anybody can manifest. And in fact, it's an example with the TPLF on what they're trying to do is to turn the people against the elected government. But it didn't work out. Now they're really aggressive and they're really getting to the end of it. And now they're calling it, oh, we can have a call for peace talk. Well, on the peace talk, the first thing that I would say, I don't want them to come on the table as being TPLF. They're not TPLF. If it is a liberation front, then you come into the table. We want to be independent, and let's go through the referendum. Point blank. That's how it works. But if you're going to have both your independence, both be a part of it doesn't work that way. And they know it. And they know at the end of the day, they have nothing to come to the table and negotiate on behalf of the Tigrayan people. Because peace comes, the truths come out. And they cannot afford or face the truth when it comes on a general sense. Who went to war for what? They're going to lose on that table. And they know. They know they're going to be on. They're trying to buy time. They're trying to do so much harms because it's what the West wants. So we're going to cut off that communication right there. And I'll tell all the Tigrayans, Ethiopian, you want to declare independence as part of the Constitution, and we respect the Constitution. You can pull the Article 39, declare independence, good luck. But other than that, if you want to be living in Ethiopia under the Ethiopian rules, under the Ethiopian common rules that have been stated, and if we need to rewrite the Constitution and to make it better to anybody else, and we won't have this kind of experience in the future, collaborate, work together. At the end, the West don't give a shit about you. I want you to know that. They don't care about you. And they even create monsters among you. And this is where Tigray is. Famine, hunger. That's unfortunate. Think for your people. I know you're out there. You have everything you want. But people on the ground, they're suffering. Please put your mind together and help the people on the ground. These are your people, my people. They're Ethiopians. And they're dying for nothing. They're not even warriors. These are mom and children. I call upon Tigray, my brothers, my sisters, come forward. Deal with this. and let the peace come. With that, I conclude my transmission for today. BJ, I really appreciate that. Deborah, that joined me, I really appreciate it. I want to
Thank you
say
for having me.
thank you for all the comments that's been put out there. And I really appreciate all your support. Please give your support to the Swahili Nation One Africa, because we are really looking for this office to deal with some issues that Africa face and share our comment, our value as Africans, and what's best for Africa. As Africans, we have the vision together and we can go forward. Again, I really thank everybody that joined me, and the one that listened. Please put like, just like. I know a lot of you, my family, be subscribers, but just put like. Don't forget. Every time you come to the show, don't forget that button. Just put like. I always try to do that, and even myself, sometimes I catch myself failing. So I really appreciate for all of you for joining me. Deborah, anything that you want to say at the end? You still there? Yeah, one of them is echoing. Which one do you want me to? Yeah, now I can hear you. I took off the other one. And then any comment? Your last comment before I close the session? የትኛው
እንትን ግሩፕ ውስጥ ይወጣሉ ብዬ እምቢ አለኝ። እኔ ሜሴጅ ነው የምልከው።
Oh, the on WhatsApp group?
አይደለም ይሄ ግሩፕ ውስጥ ሊወጣ ብዬ እምቢ አለኝ።
On the panel ላይ ነው የምትይው?
ይሄ አሁን እኛ የሚያወራው ውስጥ ግሩፕ ውስጥ ይወጣሉ ብዬ እምቢ አለኝ።
Oh, comment ላይ ግቢ።
Okay.
Comment. You can go on the comment section. Because this show ላይ you can see the comment. Are you on your phone or are you on the PC? በስልክ ላይ ነው ያለሽው ወይስ ፒሲ ላይ?
እንትን ሜሴጅ አሁን ሜሴጅ ውስጥ ነው ሊወጣሉ ብዬ እምቢ አለኝ እኮ። ወደ ሜሴጅ መጥቶኝ ግሩፕ ውስጥ ይወጣሉ ብዬ እምቢ አለኝ።
Because streamline ላይ ያለሽው because you were logged in two places. ሁለት ቦታ login አድርገሻል. And I can see on the dashboard there's two login on Deborah, so it doesn't give you the option unless you are on one. Let me see if I can remove that in okay, I'm going to kick this one off. Okay, አሁን ሞክሪው because I kicked the other one out. Yeah, BJ, she had a difficulty to get out from the comment section, and she cannot go back and forth, so she dialed twice.
Oh, okay.
She dropped. There you go. Yeah, she just dropped, and she said good night already, but she couldn't get out of it, so I had to terminate one of
Remove
her
her.
session.
Okay.
Yeah.
Technology.
So anyway,
I love it.
Yeah, it's a challenge. It's a challenge. We all can survive this. Again, thank you. And I just want to put our ending prayer. And This prayer specifically came to the part of the Tigray people, and may Xavier protect you. May Xavier put a blessing and end the hunger and the famine that you're experiencing. We pray for you. You are our brothers and sisters. No matter what, you are Xavier creation, and He created you to be our brothers and sisters. We can live, and we will live together, and that's how Xavier set us to that level. And I pray for those that passed. May they rest in peace. For all those that suffered during these wars, I pray for Xavier to give the calm and the blessing, the comfort for the family that left behind. We call it a war, but it's in your hand, Lord. You're the Savior, you're the Creator. Bring peace upon us. Protect that part of the Horn of Africa. Bless Africa. Protect all Africans, our brothers, also that also suffer in different parts. Protect us all globally. The peace what we need for all of us to live in peace and harmony. I pray also for the one that specific prayer for Marie Antoinette, Kaku, Kuku, Izana, and as well Deborah for their health. Bless them with the health. Give them the comfort and give them also the strength to always look into you and being grateful for you. I thank you, my Lord, for giving me this opportunity to express my total, honest, brutally honest truth in this channel. And I thank you for bringing BJ, Asnagach, Deborah on my show, and as well Wallace, and all the commentators. Bless them all. May Xavier bless all of you, my brothers and sisters. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Amen. You know what I call it, right? It is a wrap.
Wrapping it up.
Wrapping it up.
And we got 5 on it.
We got 5 on it. Don't forget, we got 5 on it. When you hear 5 on it, go on GoFundMe and please pledge, and share that information. It's a good thing. It's for all of us. Thank you, BJ.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
and thanks for continuing the fight to unify and build Africa one nation, all 55 nations.
That's right. Amen. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. All right. Folks, it's a wrap. Have a wonderful evening, morning. For those of you, yes, you are in the morning. Good night, Africa. Good night.